What is up, everybody? Spidey here, and as always, I hope you're having a marvelous day. We're here again. This is the pre-fireworks show to 4th of July, right?
Oh, that's true. Yes, it is. Happy holidays.
Yeah, we're here. It's the Marvel Show. Man, I still wish you could hear the music, but, whatever.
I like to watch our episodes back so I get to enjoy it in the middle of the night.
You do. All right, I got a little bit of a different setup here, so my eyes are going to be all over the place. Just
I'm telling you, it's looking cool, though, because we get closer to the stuff in the background and,
you
can
do get a little
actually see it.
closer.
Yeah, it's actually cool. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
All for a purpose, because we're going to be at the, the card table cam a lot tonight. So just know that I got a lot of different stuff I want to show and share. And if it all works out, we're going to have one of my favorite artists from 90s Marvel cards and continue to do art which is Mr. Dan Lawless. So stick around. You're going to at least see something from him, and hopefully he'll be able to jump on sooner rather than later. But before that, we got to get to our friends. We got Boris here. It says the card, the comic, the story behind the card, and the battle. He's talking about the thumbnail image.
That's right. Everything about that card's amazing. And Boris, hello.
It is an amazing card. In fact, I do have it here just to make sure.
Where's yours? I'll pull mine out. Where's yours? Here we go. Hey, twinning.
Twinning's winning.
Nice. You probably have a buyback out of 10 and a PSA 10.
I do have the buyback, but it is not a PSA 10.
That's cool though. Congrats on having that. Yeah, that's dope.
Derek's here.
Hey, what's up, Derek? How are you?
How's it going, man? And then my friend, West Coast Dave Vengers, who, as you guys know, let me stay at his house last week on my way to Canada.
How cool is that? Dave, what up? Hey, who's Jay Schwetty? Hi, hello.
Right, absolutely. Then we got Lips Rips Oss. That's evening, everyone. Hope everyone is well. And the delay of MM as much as you want, so I can save for boxes. So he's saying let's delay the release of Marvel Masterpieces 2023 so he can continue to save money. Totally get that.
That's a healthy perspective. Let's rip. What's up?
Our friend RMS is here. Good evening, Justin and Manu. All I can say is 94 X-Men, Fleer Ultra X-Men card set that shaped my childhood. I'm with you, buddy. And he says the Wolverine versus Spider-Man card has to be one of my favorite Marvel cards of all time. We're on the same page.
Absolutely. And RMS, hello, my friend. How are you?
T-Bear, what's up?
Goop. Hi.
From the bench. He says, hope you guys have been good and missed the past few episodes. We are glad you are back from the bench.
Yeah, it's nice to see that handle, my friend. Hello.
That makes me think about sports from the bench.
Yeah.
And I can confirm that I have booked my flight and have reserved my hotel to go to National this month at the end of July, Chicago.
Dang, man, that's awesome! Congrats.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Boris.
I've never been, so excited about that. Derek says he got caught up with the episodes recently. Big things have been happening. Cool. Yeah, that is certainly true. Mr. Collect says, everyone smash that like button. Thank you.
My man, how are you?
Matt is here. Mr. OCD Marvel sketch cards, I should say.
Yo.
Oh, pretty. Yeah. Mattis. How was Canada? By the way, first of all, I got two things here for Derek. Canada was absolutely amazing. I was in Victoria, which is like I'm not saying I know Victoria now. I was only there 3 days, but what I saw was it's quite the retirement community there, which tells me that it's a special place. That's where people who have the means and ability want to go and spend, their retirement years. And it was incredible. I had some amazing food. There's a restaurant there called, I hope I get this right. The Wind Cries Mary.
Whoa.
Wind Cries Mary. And I think it's a lyric from a Jimi Hendrix song. Somebody might can confirm that. It's a high-end restaurant, but let me tell you, they had tater tots that had this jalapeno ranch dip with caviar.
There you go.
So incredible. My gosh, it was so good. But a beautiful place. But the day, like the daylight was like from 5:40 a.m. to almost 10 o'clock at night. That was tough to adjust to.
Oh yeah, it's different there. That's right, way up north.
It is. It is. And to
Yeah.
get there, Dave had to drop me off at Lake Union, which is like a harbor inside of Seattle. And I rode I called it a puddle jumper, but it was a seaplane that seated 6 people and they called it Beaver. So a six.
Dude, I saw that. I saw how was it? Like, what were you confident in there?
Yeah, I was totally. And then on the way back, I got to ride by the pilot up there up front, and that was fun.
You would. You would. That's amazing. Made some pilot friends. I'm sure the phone numbers are in your phone at this point.
It was good. It was good. Can't wait for the video drops, man. I can't wait to. I think it's on my masterpieces. Yeah, it's gonna be fun if we can get some
Oh
boxes.
yeah.
Spread all the Canadian love. Yeah. So July 1st, I climbed this mountain. Not a big mountain, but big enough. And we hike up to the top, and we're sitting there, and these people hike up to the top right behind us, and we go, "Hey, happy Canada Day!" And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, it's Canada or Canadian Day, whichever way. I
Yeah.
think it's Canada Day," which I thought was really pretty cool to be there and be on the top of a mountain, say it back.
Yeah. And correct us if we're wrong, but I think you're right. I think they call it Canada Day. Yeah.
Yeah. And Derek confirms that is a Jimi Hendrix line. And he asked about the book, It's Easier to 10x than 2x.
Hmm.
I'm still in chapter 2. And by the way, on the Audible, and those chapters are over an hour long each. So I've got a long way to go before I kind of give my book review. But so far, it's got me thinking.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yo.
Yep, it's Hendrix. Ash is here. How is it going, bud?
What's up, my man? How are you?
10 extra dining. Yeah, I'm telling you. He said that restaurant must have confidence to name the restaurant after that awesome song. Well, let me tell you, it was a worthy name for a worthy restaurant.
Nice. Solid review.
Yep. And it's Canada Day. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Allie, explain this. I'm a Canuck.
That's a sports team, right? The
I
Canucks.
believe I've heard of the Canucks.
Yeah.
I feel like there's another meaning.
No, it just means, okay, so here's my take on it, and Ali can let us know. Ali, I believe, Ali.
Ollie,
And
yeah.
because our friend Andrew, who's in Canada, RS Cali RS, early on when we first got to know each other, he'd said something about, I think it was him, something about a Canuck. And I was like, the heck does that mean? Maybe it was him. Maybe it was one of the earlier connections I made with another Canadian friend. I'm not sure. And then I asked someone else. They're like, that's like a sports team over there. That's what that is.
Yes, which he says a Canuck is like a Yankee. So it's like
There
it
is more to
attributes
it.
you to a particular territory or part of Canada. It
There
might be
you
like
go.
saying I'm a Southerner.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Maybe that would, although I never say that, by the way.
Oh, but when people say Canuck is like a Yankee, like when you go out of America, Yankee just means you're American. It doesn't mean we're in America. It just means you're an American.
That is not true. You come down south and call somebody a Yankee. That is a cuss word.
Get out of here. Really?
100%.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Especially if they're like a Braves fan or a Rangers fan. But
Derek says exactly, Manu. I don't know, but I don't know.
Yes, sports team. But Canucks also mean Canadians, which is more like what you're saying. But let me tell you, don't come down here and call somebody a Yankee.
I wasn't planning on coming down there anyway. I'm just joking.
Yeah. You're going to have to cancel your travel plans. I know.
Right. Exactly. They got a busy schedule over here, man.
The West Coast Day says, I think both of you just failed history. No, but I passed American history.
Yeah. I'm all right with that, though. Don't ask me about geography. Come on, that way. That's where things are.
All right. I'm going to check something real quick, and then we're going to get on with the show.
You go. I'll talk to our friends. Lucas, what up? It says, no, you're right about Yankee. Oh, Lucas, you deleted it? Or did Justin delete it because I was right? See, this is what happens. When I'm right, the comments get deleted. Oh, no, it's right there. No, Lucas, I want to see that comment again. It disappeared. I don't know where it went. Andrew, what's going on? Very American of them. See, no, you're right. Outside of the States. Yeah. See, I be knowing things, man.
Okay, tell me again. What do you mean outside of the States? What are you talking about?
I don't know. I just think our friends are agreeing that a Yankee just means you're American. I'm just going to stick to that narrative. Doom card. Hello.
Okay.
See, Lucas says,
That's
no, you're right
okay.
about the
Outside of
Yankees. What Brits
America,
call.
that's what the Brits call Americans. Yankees. Yeah,
Well, this is
I
what
get
I
that makes
said.
more
It's not
sense.
what
Yeah.
I'm saying. What I said, guys.
All right. Sean says Wolverine has been called a Canuck a bunch. I think Knucklehead too is a nickname.
What a great word. A knucklehead.
Yeah. Well, so
That's
is
terrific.
I'm not gonna say it.
Yankee head is not a word, man.
No, but I'm not gonna say it. There's another way people say Yankee, and it's not appropriate for me to say.
That's
But
funny. John Rambo, what up, my
yes,
man?
Williams
William
says this.
Johnson.
It means you're up north. John says we're tripping.
Yeah, you know what? This is Travel Channel now. We're tripping. Get it? You see what I did there?
Right. Do you know what the Mason-Dixon line is? That becomes the question.
No, but you said something about Freemasons.
Oh, it's just
Okay. A moment of masonry. Now we're back.
all right. We just that we need to move on. What's up, Justin Manu? What's up, chat? Hey, Destructive.
Destructive.
Okay.
What's going on?
All right. I'm a share screen here.
Justin got some energy tonight. I'm gonna just chill out.
Yeah. First of all, really happy to be here. I spent a decent part of the day at the doctor's office, and realized we have like a failed healthcare system, and I'm really frustrated, but very happy to be here.
I'm sorry. Okay, good.
So we're gonna open some packs here tonight, just for fun.
Yo, I love how these packs are in team bags. Is this how they were delivered to you? Is that how you store them?
Yeah, I got these for like $10, $15 each, and I thought it'd be fun to open them on the show. Mainly, like I've opened this pack before, but is this 2007? Let's see here. This is 2007. I have not opened 2007 before.
It's a Newsstand variant.
I have not opened Spider-Man Archives before, so that's going to be fun.
I love that pack. And can I take a moment?
Yeah. You just left. That's what you mean by a moment. Got it. Hold on. What do we got here?
Am I back?
Dan, not sure what that means. He's asking,
Justin,
what is a hoser?
If you'll do me a favor, Justin, I actually have to leave the stream for 3 minutes. I will be right back. Can you hold it down for me?
Yeah, dude. I got you.
Thank
you
here.
here.
Man. Thank you.
We got John. Yeah, I'm with you. Derek, Captain Canuck is a Marvel character. Really? That's interesting. Jay says, you guys excited for the 90s X-Men animated show to continue on? I believe a new season will be released before the end of the year. Absolutely. If you didn't catch it 3 weeks ago, we actually had Eric and Julia Leewall on here. They're doing consulting work for X-Men 97. Obviously, they were the showrunners and writers, creators for X-Men, the animated series in the 90s. We're starting to see action figures released related to X-Men, the animated series, which is really cool. For me, it lets me know it's coming, like it's happening. And I will say, for the most part, what I've seen from the images of the, not only what's been released for the animated series, but also what was on the action figures, the art looks really good and close enough to the 90s version that, for us older people who like watching it, we're going to be able to connect with it. But Rogue has some kind of weird green thing going on around her arm, like some type of, I don't know, plasma or energy or whatever. And I wasn't sure what that's about, but we'll see. But that was on the action figure. What are these Spider-Man archives? Well, so this is a set that I have not been able to open, and there are boxes out there, but they're for some reason more expensive than I think they should be. Like the cheapest I think I've been able to find one is like $600, $700, something like that. I would probably be a buyer around 500 just to open one and have it on the channel. But even then, it's really hard to pay that and open it. But it does have amazing art in it. So excited to share that here in a little bit. I think he got disconnected. Yeah, I don't know. Ernest says, Your channel made me collect Marvel cards again after 20 plus years. Thank you. You are welcome, and I am sorry. Because as a lot of people can attest to, and I can too, it's you don't just dip your toe back into Marvel cards. You kind of go all in or all out, one or the other. And so be very, very careful. Make sure you ask really good questions and know your budget, because there is quite a bit out there in terms of what you can get caught up in wanting to buy and spend a lot of money pretty quickly. Speaking of spending a lot of money pretty quickly, are you all avoiding Fleer Ultra Avengers on Upper Deck's EPAC site, or are you partaking? Let me know. Oh, okay. Morning, William. Okay, yeah, so Vindicator is on Alpha Flight. Is that who you're referring to when you say Captain Canuck? Dan says, I played hockey all my life, but Hoser was strictly a Canadian thing. Got it? Oh, has it been 3 minutes?
Sorry, I got back rather quickly. I've actually been in the background for 3 minutes.
Oh, my apologies. Hope everything's okay.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Brittany says one of the coolest sets. William says of Spider-Man archives that there's a really cool Venom in there.
Is there in archives? I would love to see
it. Dave was saying that you're gone forever.
Yeah, I know. I told him, I said, at least we got 63 episodes in. That's something.
All right. Oh, I see that. Okay. Yeah, you were here for a while. Avoiding, it's not my jam. With you, Lucas, there. William says, I'm out. He just doesn't do EPAC. John's Rambo says the price on EPAC for Fleer Ultra Avengers is cray. Totally.
It's not my jam either.
Say this name for me. The Collector.
It's the Collector. He just spelled it differently.
God, I'm so bad with new words. Like the worst. The Collector. It's obvious once you say it.
Yeah.
Says, I'm new to this hobby. Where to buy Marvel cards, trading cards aside from Walmart and Amazon?
There's this Instagram page called The Night. I'm just joking.
Manu will sell you something tonight. Now, in all seriousness, it can be really difficult to locate where to buy them. And yeah, it's a big question. But primarily there are 5 major websites that you can buy them from direct, but Dave and Adam's Steel City are the 2 primary ones. And that's when they're available, and product releases and the whole way that the prices are done is hard to follow. It can be a lot. Probably want to sit back and watch a number of videos, maybe go back on the YouTube channel. We've got a how to collect video, and there is a video on there on where to buy Marvel cards that you can watch as well, that you might want to look at. And I did go through in one of the more recent videos where it's, where to find and where to buy Marvel masterpieces. I go into it a little bit there as well. Let's see here. Oh, we got a lot of comments.
Ja Ruler.
Trip Power says, I just buy base singles and live vicariously through all you vet rippers for my chase fix. That is
Me
smart.
And you both, Trip.
Be more like Trip. Victor Craft, my buddy, Richard says, EPAC Avengers packs are too pricey for my taste. Prefer boosters. Totally with you. So EPAC right now is at $22 a pack, basically around $250 or something like that, a box. And of these 7 cards, I think 3 or 4 are digital. I can't remember. So you're not even getting all physical cards. Now, those digital cards can be combined and converted to make a physical card that you can ship home to yourself. But it is too pricey and too expensive. I bought 1 pack for, scientific purposes for the channel. And like if I use it on a newsreel video, I'll have that video clip, but that's all I bought. And I have no desire to buy any more. I personally would avoid it. Ernest says, I went all in and bought all the Psylocke sketches and PMGs. I love it.
Mhm.
Are you serious? That sounds like a lot of money.
Yeah.
Tell me if you're serious, because that does sound like you spent quite a bit of money. Okay, so what Ja Ruler 12 is talking about here is you can get what's called blaster boxes or retail product in retail stores. Walmart and Target is going to be the ones I typically point to because that's what's in my area, but there are other places that you can get them, like Barnes and Nobles and some other stores around the country. What is this about? Research into U.S. market shows that 35% of company founders identify themselves as dyslexic compared to 15% of the general population. Oh, well, I think he's giving me a compliment because it's really difficult for me to read sometimes.
Right.
And I appreciate that. William says, hey guys, any hints on unbricking, extremely bad 93 Marvel? I don't, but True Blue Collectibles has a video on his YouTube channel where he says he successfully figured out how to do it. I have not watched the video. I'm not saying that I recommend it. I'm just aware that he believes he figured out a way to do it. And it's on his channel. Again, that's Nathan at True Blue Collectibles.
Is he giving the advice, and have you heard the advice of like putting boxes in the freezer, which I've never done, so I can't speak to it, but is that the advice?
It was some type of, I don't know. I didn't watch it, but I don't know if it had to do with like humidifiers or freezers or microwaves or magic. I don't know.
Don't put them in the microwave, friends.
Oh, thanks, Derek. Yeah, no, you're good. I think it's an insult with the prices. Okay, got it. Okay, all right. Let's open up some stuff. Which one do you want to open first?
That one, the top one, the archives, please.
You want to go straight into the good stuff?
Oh, that's the, yeah, well, there you go. Yes. They're all good. All of them are great.
How's the lighting?
It looks good.
Okay, good. All right, again, Spiderman archives. If you have a sealed box of this and you need money, let me know. I'm interested. But try not to get all the money, just some of the money. One pack. So let's, this is a Rittenhouse product. Rittenhouse does not make Marvel cards anymore, but when they did, it was fun. It was awesome. They did a good job for the most part. Some of it's kind of bland, but a lot of it's really good. So let's, come on. These packs open a little bit different than the upper deck packs.
Put them in the microwave.
This is preheated.
Bobby!
This pack already has all the heat in it. Okay.
Nigel, Desired Comics. What's up, my man? How are you? Good evening. Alonso! Ooh, dang, that looks great.
The Rhino is killing it, isn't he?
Yeah, fantastic art.
Got some stuff on the back. Very cool. Card number 31. Got Storm.
Another great one. Look at that.
Look how clean these are, man.
What year is this? This is 2009?
This is, I want to show that next card. Yeah, 2009.
I want to open some of these. I like this set.
I do too, but I need somebody to sell me a box.
I must have missed the part about how difficult it is to acquire the box.
I did. I talked about it openly in front of you.
I might have been gone for that minute. Look at that card. That card is incredible. Oh, that's the foil one.
Yeah.
That's Delato for sure.
Got the Delato eyes. Dude, that is so good.
That's so good. Wow, Rittenhouse is underrated.
I'm sorry, I cannot do the comments while I'm doing this, so you might.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm in there. HH says Rittenhouse did a lot of serial numbered things. I didn't know that. J Pangolinin, those are sick cards. Agreed. Ali says great looking Rhino. Seriously. Senzoku gives us this terrific emoji of like a blue creature with its mouth open and all. And everyone's enjoying the cards. That's what's happening here.
Yeah. By the way, I really worked on my lighting for tonight. So
It looks terrific, man. It really does. Oh, there's that crazy Venom. Look at that thing. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I did, Jay. I appreciate that.
look at that.
Yeah, that's
A
that's
lot of
intense. We've
tongue.
looked at that on the stream before. Great card. Classic indeed. I dig that tongue. I'm not gonna lie. The thing's cool.
Yep. Card number 35. And we got another Spidey and Scorpion.
Oh, this set feels so good. I'm gonna buy one right now. eBay got something for us?
I need to open one of these boxes. And Jay says, I'm behind me a pack. LOL.
Yeah, man. That thing is fantastic. This is a great set.
Don't buy them all. I need some too.
Oh, there's a bunch of cards from the set that I have that I absolutely love.
Yep.
I just forgot.
Yeah. We're influencing. I apologize. I just need to go ahead and buy the complete base set. Be over it. But I really want to open it first. All right, we're going to go into the 70th year. Again, another Rittenhouse.
Terrific.
Yeah, the art is underrated. If Ghost Rider and Hulk are in the set, I'd buy a box. If not, I'm sticking to my boys. Hey, smart, William. Smart. Unfortunately, I'm a Spidey guy, and he's in a lot. Yeah, I know, Dave. Honestly, I've been looking for a box for a while, and just finally gave in. Said I'll just open a pack on the channel. That's all I can get my hands on.
How many cards in this set? Do you have that information?
I don't, not in front of me.
Let's see if I can get that from these pictures of this box.
Kind of like the first
24
thing I
packs in
see
a
here.
box.
Come back to
Oh,
that.
we're in 70th? Nice.
We're in 70th. So hang tight with me for a minute. We got some, older comic art here with Hulk, Doctor Strange, and Namor.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the back of these. It's kind of, and it definitely feels kind of cardboardish. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it has that look to it as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's only 8,500 boxes of that 2009 archives.
I know. I just need one.
Saw you open that Panini product on the stream, you and Jake. That was pretty cool.
That was a fun box.
Limited to 181 total boxes.
I know.
Wow.
I'd already given up on opening that box.
72 card base set, RMS tells us. Thank you, my friend. Azza, what up?
Here's an oldie but a goodie. Human Torch
indeed.
coming through the wall here.
The first ever Marvel comic thing, this image, right?
That's what they say. Timely comics.
That's what they say. HH says, you guys are enabling, not influencing. And we thank you for it. Love that.
Marvel Comics #1. First appearance of Human Torch and Namor, Submariner, and the Angel. Forgot about the Angel part.
Cool. Yeah, Dave.
I like saying Namor.
Yeah, I like saying Namor as well. And Dave says he already looked no dice on the box. Yeah. Why he say 6,000? But when I looked at the box, I'm looking at a picture of the box. It says of 8,500. Let me see if I was looking at that number wrong. Because you be knowing things, man. No, this picture of the box says out of 8,500.
I don't know.
I'll look for some clarity on that because Doom knows what he's talking about.
Okay, that's from the first. That didn't make sense. But either way, oh man, we have somebody in the background.
Oh, okay, nice. That Ghost Rider's awesome.
Ghost Rider. And it's got McFarlane on the back.
Oh, cool. Interesting.
Got a statement here. Can you read that?
Yeah, Spider-Man Archive sold out early from what I can tell. In 2016-2018, I was buying, I guess, a Fantastic Four Archives and X-Men Archives by the case still. but Spidey was hard to find even then. That's the Spidey effect. And thank you for those details, Matt Fuller.
All right,
Appreciate it.
buddy. We got our guest.
Yo!
Hi, guys.
What is up?
What a setup.
How do you like my hat?
Yeah,
Terrific.
look, he's ready. He's ready.
My
for
4th of
fireworks.
July hat. Here we go.
Dude, that is
Is that-
awesome.
Is that lighting actually in that space, or are we seeing some effect from StreamYard?
That is my lighting.
Wow.
I'm an artiste. I paint
Yes,
with light.
indeed. Incredible. Dan, very nice to meet you. I'm Manu. I'll let you and Justin enjoy the rest of the show. That's enough.
Oh, where are you going?
No,
Hey, no,
teasing.
he can't leave. He's staying here. He's
Okay,
just
good.
kidding.
Okay. It's not like you're taking off, so.
He just
Oh,
knows
good,
how
good.
excited I am to have
Okay.
him on the stream. And first of all, everybody, Dan Lawless. Did I say that well?
Yeah.
Perfect. I, sometimes I can butcher a good name, so I want to make sure I get it right.
Lawless. It's not that.
But Dan, a couple of things. First of all, people who've been watching the channel know, because I say it repeatedly, my favorite card from the 90s is your art of Spider-Man and Wolverine, and I'll show it again here in a minute. And I reached out to you, and you were kind and gracious, and entertained me a little bit, and then also created another piece of amazing art, which I'm excited to share tonight, and just wanted to hang out and chat with you while we do it.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. I mean, I'm so appreciative. It's funny when, one time I met Bernie Wrightson. I stood in line, and this is before my Conan cover came out, my first Conan, my one and only Conan, Savage Shoulder Conan cover. And I stood in line and I said, "Hey, I got a cover coming out, and I thank you for all your work and stuff." He goes, "I'm just passing it along." And that's what it really is. You take from the illustrators before you, and you just you absorb all that information, and you try to, the best you can, put that together and pass it along. And that's really what I try to do with all those cards. I like, okay, I'm gonna give it everything I got, put all the knowledge I have into it, and produce these cards. I try to keep the comic book colors alive. That's one of the things I think a lot of illustrators lose when they're, yeah, exactly. Now, I wanted the orange, I wanted the red, I wanted the blue, and I tried to pull that in there in the colors and keep it pretty simple. And I was pretty happy with those, and everybody seems to like those. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to pull this out, and I almost wish I brought one that wasn't in the case to make sure everyone can get a really good sense of this. But
see, I'm looking at that. I did a deep study of Todd McFarlane because his Spider-Man was so cool. I thought, like, this is cool. It was a new addition to the Spider-Man. What do you call it? The art. Whatever.
The art portfolio or catalog.
Yeah. It was a new addition to the sort of the way to draw Spider-Man, the big eyes and stuff. And I thought, I like it. I adopted it. I passed it along to the next guy. It's like that's kind of what you do as an artist.
Yeah. Okay. So can I love that we're just getting right into it, but can I ask you some questions about this particular piece?
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
You just answered quite a bit for Spider-Man, but another part is, I've commented how I like how muscular he is here. Like I really appreciated that as well, because sometimes
honestly I kind of overdo it a little bit. Like, do you know that once there was that Marvel Masterpieces comic book, like they had these these shots of just pinups and stuff, and I did a Spider-Man versus Hobgoblin in that one.
I don't know that piece.
Oh, okay.
I gotta see it now.
Yeah,
I have to see if I can find it and share it. And but I kind of overdid it a little bit. His leg looks really, really big and thick and stuff.
Yeah,
I think it's absolutely terrific. Yeah.
It was like he was a bit by a radioactive spider and improved upon.
Yeah, maybe it's steroids or something like that. I don't know.
Right, but look, I don't. The Wolverine is just. He's so ferocious. Like, you get the sense of like how much of a killer he can really be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know he's a good guy, so I love him just as much as anybody. But he's fighting Spidey here, and he's definitely coming off as the villain in this piece.
Yeah. Well, Wolverine's a little bit conflicted, obviously.
Right. But it's so incredible. And then, of course, you got him slicing through.
I'm sorry. Excuse me if I'm distracted. I'm trying to find this a little bit. But
no, you're good. You're good. And now I suspect that part of the origin of this is from the comic book where Wolverine is fighting Spider-Man, and the cover is in the graveyard. Is that true? Or do you remember?
I don't remember. Was there a scene with that I took that from? I don't remember actually. Now I'm thinking about it. Now, you kind of caught me off guard here. I don't know. Hmm.
I know it was a long time ago, but this cover, I don't know if you can see that.
Hang on a second. I got a window open covering you up.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, that card, you did that art. It came out in 94. I don't know when you actually did the art.
I know it's so long ago.
Yeah. A long time ago.
We're all going to get old. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can. And I found the art here. I'll see if I can share it for the.
Nice.
Let's see here. I'm going to spin around so I can get to the computer. I'm going to stop.
Dan, there's a comment from a really good friend of ours in the chat, West Coast Dave Vengers. He joins us often as well, and he says, Dan, your Wolvie versus Hulk from the set is amazing.
Yeah.
Would love to buy the original if you still have it.
Oh, that's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Sorry.
I would be shocked if you have any of it from this set, to be honest with you.
Yeah, everybody wanted that so bad. The cards are gone. Yeah.
Yeah, how could they not want it?
Yeah,
it's incredible. But
okay, I think you can share my screen now if you can.
Yeah, let me get back here to it. And
okay,
yeah,
this is the pinup that I did for Marvel Masterpieces.
Oh,
and
that's incredible.
As you can see, the leg is a little thick for Spider-Man because Eric Larson and McFarlane, they kind of drew a little bit of actually, especially Eric Larson, they really did that thin Spider-Man. I don't know. I just think I'm kind of a Hulk, I'm kind of a Hulk Conan kind of guy.
Yeah,
and I beefed him up a little bit, probably a little too much.
So good. No, it's so
see
good.
now this Hobgoblin, that's a McFarlane Hobgoblin. That's from studying McFarlane stuff,
Yeah,
but I really liked it. I thought, okay, it's great, and of course all the web, that's McFarlane web, So I incorporate all the things that, like, if something comes along and it's better, you incorporate that and say, okay, let's just pass that along. Now that's the best, and let's do that, So
yeah, my friend,
that's kind of what I did.
He had some protein shakes. That's all.
He did.
Yeah, that is awesome. I love it.
But it's comics. It's beefed up. It's over the top. It's exciting. It's so I don't know. But it was fun.
A friend of mine sent another piece here. I want to show it. You may recall it. So I'm going to remove this for a second and show you this one.
Dan, can I come over? I want to sit in the energy in that space, man.
Actually, I kind of worked on this color and this space a little bit. Like I got your comic book colors. I got your yellows, your blues, your reds.
Yeah,
it's great.
Fantastic.
He was ready for tonight.
Yeah.
You remember? This is the original art, Wolverine versus Magneto. You remember doing this piece?
Oh yeah. Yep.
It's fantastic as well.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And
that looks like a scan of the original, though. I mean, that you can see all the lines I put in there to help the printer to what do you call them?
Well, that is your original art.
Yes.
Yeah, that was sent to me from someone who saw that was going to have you on the channel tonight, and said, "Hey, well, you can share this tonight." On
awesome! Thank you for doing that. Yeah.
Just another fantastic piece here.
Now you guys know this is colored pencil.
I was going to ask you about the medium. Yeah,
it's an interesting discovery. Now my brother was in industrial design and stuff, and they had this like frosted mylar, and I experimented a little bit with that, and it's a really cool thing. You can I use Prismacolor pencils, and you just lay this frosted mylar over your drawing and start coloring it, and it takes the pigment like really strong. And it looks like a painting, like that is, and so it reproduces okay. It reproduces well if you have like a double set reduction, like twice the size, which is what I was doing. These were probably twice the size as the card was. It wasn't so good with my. I did like that 3-part Star-Lord series I did the whole thing, and when that happened, I was really disappointed because color pencil does pick up a lot of the we call it the texture of the color pencil more than even your eye sees. Like if you look at the originals of those Star-Lord pieces, they look really nice, and then I was really disappointed how they reproduced on the pages and stuff. So it kind of was a bummer.
Got you. So this,
but with the cards are the best,
as well.
Pardon me.
The Wolverine Spidey, was it color pencil or was
it? But it was. But again, it was like double size. So when it takes a double size reduction, it really cleans up and the texture disappears, and it looks nice and clean, like you see. So. Got you.
I love how you put your name in the.
Yes, in the grave.
In the grave.
On the gravestone. Yes.
That's so cool.
That was fun. You gotta have fun. You're just a goofy guy, and you're just having fun,
I love it. Well, I'm gonna grab the piece you did for me. Give me 1 second.
Where was that Hobgoblin Spider-Man piece again? You said it was in a Marvel Masterpieces pinup comic book.
Yeah, they had these. They produced comics with just pinups in it. It's called Marvel Masterpieces, and they had all kinds of really good artists. Julie Bell and just a series of great. And they did several comics, and so a lot of my pieces were reproduced in that.
Were those perhaps the? Oh, sorry.
Wait, what did I say? I almost got this one.
You did. You said, "Hey, Justin Logan here," but some people like to call me Wolverine. Thanks for getting this art by Lawless, and I'm gonna tell you, I absolutely adore this. By the way, and this was just a nice bonus edition. This is not the commission that.
Well, I don't send that many original pieces out, so when I do, I try to put a little something fun in there. I mean, life is short, have some fun and send some fun stuff out, So I did that.
It was awesome. It was such a nice, pleasant surprise to receive. So first of all, thank you for that. I love it.
Cool.
And then, so I'm curious, for you, what your experience was like to even get this request and to agree to take it on.
Well, I mean, I'm a fan. I'm a comic book fan, so I know what it feels like, and so if somebody sends me a request to draw something, that's like I try to fulfill it the best I can, and do the best I can. So, I put everything I had into it and see if it.
You did. I can't wait to share it. But I got to show this from my friend VP. Says, "I know I'm not the only one who now wants to be Dan's friend."
Oh my gosh!
For sure.
Are you sure about that? You should think about that for maybe take a little bit more time before you decide that.
That's funny. Might be a little dangerous. Now we just want into your life even more, Dan.
Yeah. That's okay. There we go,
guys.
What in the world?
When I reached out to Dan, I said, "Dan, I've been in love with your art for as long as I can remember, and if you're willing to do a piece for me, it's got to be Wolverine versus Venom." And just to take the request, number one, but then to create this, like, it's just mind blowing to me because you did this really cool thing where, I'm gonna pull the card back into the image. You kind of reverse the suits. You said, well, this time Spidey's going to be in the black costume and Wolverine's going to be in the yellow and black.
But didn't you suggest that? I thought you suggested that.
I think I was just kind of open to it. I can't remember if I don't think that I said to do it. I think maybe somehow we came up to it together.
Sure.
But I just love it.
It's incredible.
Cool.
And the execution is so good. We got the ferocious Wolverine again. And of course, the line work and shading on Spidey is so good.
Amazing. I love seeing that symbiote with Spidey.
Well, you guys, that's 37 years of art knowledge just poured into it, It's like, that's, I've been working at this for a long time, and it's not easy to sort of develop these skills, but if you just keep at it and you just keep working, you can do it.
Well, that's really encouraging. And
how incredible is that?
To also have him cutting through the webs was really cool.
That was kind of fun, yeah.
I'm just so honored to have it. Just I'm
Dan
not
does
saying
have an Instagram. Sorry, Dan Lawless Art is his Instagram.
Yeah, yeah.
yes, it is,
You know,
and I
that's
did.
interesting. Now, my Instagram is kind of almost like my portfolio. I like when someone says, "What do you do? What have you done?" I try to throw all my stuff out there, just like and nothing else but my art, so that you can go there and kind of say, "Okay, this is what this guy's done. This is an overview." Pretty quickly, you can see. You know.
Yeah. Well, and Instagram is how I did reach out to you
Yeah.
to get the commission, and um, yeah, it's just awesome. I don't even know how to put into words how grateful I am to have it. It will be on the wall. It's going to be framed up and put up there, and I can't wait. I was thinking about this today. Manu I was like, I think I'm just going to take my comic books down and put up original art
Oh
and
wow,
commission pieces.
wow, very nice.
Because look at this.
Who else do you want to get? Who's on your short list?
Oh gosh, from like the 90s.
Hmm.
Hmm. Well, I want to get a Patelis. Um, he did work in 95 Marvel Masterpieces. I'd like to get one of his pieces. Obviously, I think anyone, if they had the opportunity to get a Bell or Boris, would love the opportunity to do that.
Hmm.
I have a Just Go piece. I have a Rogue, and I have a Spidey from him. So I've got those two, and gosh, who else? Um, is it Layton? Bob Layton? Is that how you say his last name?
I would think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Bob. I would love to get a piece from Bob. He does some incredible work. Just through Marvel Card, thinking through those. Those would probably be the top ones.
How about a Kelly Jones or something?
Ooh, I don't know that I know Kelly Jones right off the
Yeah,
bat.
me neither. Who's Kelly Jones?
Did they do Marvel
The,
cards?
the Batman's the Batman guy. I mean, he's
Oh, that's why. Yeah, I'm sorry.
oh, you're a Marvel
DC,
guy?
yeah. DC stands for don't care around here. So
Really? Wow.
no, I'm just kidding. It's a running joke. I really actually Batman is like a top 5 character for me.
Yeah, he's super cool.
But I did not collect Batman trading cards, so the art that might have been connected with that is something that yep. See, West Coast says one of the top 10 best Batman artists ever.
Yeah, as soon as you Google Kelly Jones Batman, you're like, oh yes, that is a big part of my 90s nostalgia.
Well, and I'm curious, like you did this in pencil, but still to get that shading all the way to that black that's not easy to do.
Yeah, I used a really intense graphite, like a real black graphite, together. Actually, I'm kind of, because I'm starting to do a little more original artwork to sell
Yeah.
it, frankly, and so I've experimented with, with lead types and that sort of thing, and this is really the culmination of finding a good solid lead that really gives you, because I want that black ink thing, but nowadays, I mean, you're not restricted to ink line anymore. And I was never an ink guy. I really like pencil. I like now it's great. You can reproduce anything ever, so it's great. So a lot of the stuff I do, like covers and stuff, I actually pencil it. I scan it in, like the Death Dealer cover. I just like the latest one I did. That's all pencil.
Really?
Both the one for the Death Dealer cover and the one for the Overstreet, Comics Buyer's Guide, the Death Dealer one for that one. I don't know if you saw that or not, but
Is that the one on the front page of your website?
no.
The 53rd edition, blue background. It's like an incredible cover. Yeah.
The
Oh, no,
one with
that's
the one with he's on the horse. That's the Overstreet
Yeah.
Price Guide one.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
It just
exactly,
came out,
yeah.
so yeah.
Yeah.
There's a funny story with that one actually, though, because I was working on that for like a year. Like I wanted to do this really cool Death Dealer, and the JC Vaughn from the Overstreet Price Guide contacted me and said, "Hey Dan, I'd like to commission you to do like a Conan or something like that." And I said, and this is the day I had been working on it for a year, and I decided I'm just going to take a couple weeks just to finish this thing off and just polish it off, make it good. I literally finished it, and he called me on the day I finished it and said, "You got a cover for like a when did you do a cover?" And I'm like, "How about this?" I like 2 seconds later, I'll just send it to you. He's like, "That's great." So he contacted Sarah Frazetta from the Frazetta Frazetta Girls. And she's like, "That's great." She signed off on it. So it happened really, really fast. It was a lot of fun. So
Wow. Are you saying signed off without revisions?
yeah.
That's impressive.
Well, these are kind of pinup covers that sort of, there's no real necessary, as long as you get the character right. And I did pour over, I poured out, I put Frazetta's work all over my table. I really worked on every single detail of it. I really hate it when people don't respect the character and respect the details of the character. So I made sure that I had, because Frazetta, when he draws his Death Dealer stuff, there's he draws it differently in each one. It's not really the same. It's not consistent necessarily in all of them. So I really try to pinpoint all the key parts and pull them in, and and get it perfectly right, because I know fans want that. Fans want to see that stuff. Including me. I'm a huge Frazetta fan, so so I really worked hard to get it right. So if you look at that Death Dealer cover, every detail is precise to
That camera
Frazetta
just fell.
stuff.
Oh, I got 2 camera fails here at once. My apologies.
So
I'm looking at the original of the cover, not the Overstreet one, but the Death Dealer cover. Comic Art Gallery has it up. It looks incredible. And then the cover.
Can you
looks
show it, or
fantastic.
I'll show it if you can't show it?
Yeah, I don't actually have the ability to share, but I would love to get this on the
All
screen.
right, let me see if I can pull it up for you guys.
And then I see this other cover where Death Dealer is clean cutting the head off of like a dragon lizard.
Oh yeah. That's just a commission. That's open for sale. That hasn't been published or anything.
That's
That's like what I did to try to get the assignment. That's my solicitation.
That's amazing. It looks so cool. It's like got a Komodo dragon body and a dragon's face. Like, that is sick.
Derek, is that what you wanted? Yes, to get a zoomed out version.
Oh yeah, I think you wanted to see the full. Yep.
Let's see here. It's a great size too.
That's gonna look fantastic. You're gonna matte and frame it? That's gonna look amazing.
Yeah. So good. Are you, Dan, saying you're open for personal commissions?
Yeah, it's kind of a thing where I'm not, it has to be something I like, something.
Right.
I respect that.
Okay, so here's the Death Dealer cover that I finished here. If you can share that.
Okay. I'm still only seeing the piece that you shared earlier. So let me remove that one. And well, maybe, or can you remove it? I don't want it.
It should be on the same screen if you can share my screen, that's all. Well, why isn't it showing? I don't know why it's not showing up. I see. I'm seeing that old one, but I don't know why the new one isn't showing up.
Let me remove.
And if there's if it
Dan,
becomes
come
easier.
Back. It removed all of them.
Oh no, Dan!
Come back, Dan.
Oh no! This is like
he'll be back.
Yeah, he'll be back. This is like one time many years ago in a tall building in San Francisco, a young Manu with his parents, and the elevator door closed while my parents were in it, and I was just on some floor in a building crying by a window until he came back. There he is.
You removed me.
Yeah, well,
let me just hit remove. Dan Lawless.
It removed all of it.
Okay, let me try present.
Look, I remove Manu all the time, so just
I get the boot all the time, Dad. All the time.
Yeah, well, believe me, I'm a boomer, so
you're doing great.
Okay, there's the screen share now. Okay, so there it is.
How sick! Look at the
That's
colors.
awesome.
Wow.
This took me a long time. Horses are so difficult to draw and get right. So, I mean, I just like, how many times I moved this horse's head like up and down and every which way to try to get it right.
Are
But
you telling me that's
trying to do I'm trying to stay, and I know I'm no Frazetta, but at least I can get if I can get in the ballpark at Frazetta. You know what I'm saying? Like
right?
try to capture that spirit of Frazetta. That's what
Yeah.
that was my objective. So I think it worked out pretty cool. He's pretty tough looking, pretty cool looking.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
not worried
yeah.
about those fellows down below. But are you saying that's color pencil?
No, now this is computer. That's what I love. I mean, I do love computer, and
Okay, so all right, so this was
so
all
this
like,
is pencil. There's an original art, but so I scanned it in and colored it. Really,
got it. That makes sense.
that's kind of my new thing now. I mean, I love it. I mean, computer's so nice. You can do overlays and layers and all kinds of stuff.
Mhm.
And I mean, it's like oil painting. It's really it's really amazing. But if you can see here, like just on this, I mean, we're talking the details. I got all the like this bit here. I mean, I made
Right.
sure that was right. All of these are right. All the everything is Rosetta. The best I
Yeah.
can do. So
I'll bet.
this his sword and stuff. Totally worked on that. So. It doesn't come easy. I was like, I really work at it really hard, So
No, but I love that you're still able to incorporate that there's an original art piece, and so you're saying that's pencil. You scan it in. And
yeah,
then
I
you
have it. I have
digital
it
over
around here, somewhere. So
Yeah, I'd love to see what that looks like if you got it.
I could do that. Hang on 1 second though. Let me
Yeah.
do a quick bathroom break.
Oh yeah, you go do that. Come back.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay.
You're good. All right,
Hey.
hey, we're back. We're back.
Hello.
We'll do it this
Hello.
way. Man, Dan's a lot of fun.
Dude, are you kidding me? That's incredible. The energy is infectious. I absolutely love it. I want to turn on some colorful lights in here. I got them. I just got to
Yeah.
press play on them. My goodness.
I believe Derek did. He answered that right. He's open for commission. Message him on
Yeah,
Instagram.
I think maybe see Derek asked that question after we had that bit, and maybe
Mhm.
he's asking specifically if concept art is something different. I'm not sure.
Oh, I missed that part. So this would be where he has a character he's maybe designed or something. Or
Yeah, perhaps of that sort. Yeah.
got you. All right. And does he do a nice gambit? I would imagine so.
Oh, I bet he does.
Yeah. Can't imagine he doesn't. So, dude, when I was transitioning the camera over to here, I then knocked over my table cam.
Oh, dang. Hey, while Dan's gone, can we look at some more of his art real quick? Can you, if
Yeah.
you can Google, just whatever I Googled, Dan Lawless, Death Dealer, and the third image that should pop up will be that commission he did, of the Death Dealer cutting off the dragon's head, and it's just super cool looking.
But I did want to get that position back because we need that for later.
Dave has emailed Dan about a commission.
Images.
Dave's all in the original art.
He likes it, huh?
Yeah.
All right. So you're saying I'm looking for a picture of this. What?
Oh, it's a commission he did of the Death Dealer cutting off a dragon's head, and just for some reason I really love it. And all I Googled was Dan Lawless Death Dealer, and it's the third or fourth image under the images tab.
I didn't include the word Death Dealer, so that helps.
Dan's back. We're looking at more of your art. Oh, he's got the original. No, we'll just
Let me.
leave it.
I have to.
Yeah.
I have to get rid of the. What do you call it? The. There's a little fun little blur thing here that I do.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
The depth perception thing.
Yeah. And, can you see that?
I'm
Oh my
gonna
gosh.
make you big. I'm gonna make you big. Hold on. That's not the right button, Justin. Let's get rid of this and this and this. There we go.
Wow.
Okay. So I hope you're not getting distortion here too much, but
No, it's clear.
So it's pencil, and I scan it in, and work it all out. So
Yeah.
It's amazing.
it's on bristle. I'm getting
Daggum.
funny glares here, but sorry about that. But
Do you make this kind of stuff available for people to purchase? Or is
I
this
think I
something
might
you
keep this one.
Yeah, I'm saying.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
I just, I have to say, I am a Frazetta banana. I'm a Frazetta nut. Like, I just love Frazetta. That's kind of what, I'm one of those dorky barbarian guys that got
Yeah.
into comics, because of Frazetta.
That's cool.
So,
That's awesome.
I mean, I can still remember the first Frazetta that I saw. I was in my Catholic library. We had to pick go there to read a book. Go there to. It was like 7th or 8th grade, and I saw Conan the Usurper. The one with the chains, and he's in the snake and all that sort of thing.
Mhm.
And I thought, oh my gosh, that's so cool, So I grabbed that and I read it. And Robert E. Howard, I mean, I think it was a perfect marriage, Robert E. Howard and Frazetta. He was a great writer and he was a great artist. And they just together they made Conan for me. So I remember reading that first Conan the Usurper and I just absorbed it. I just loved it. And then I remember looking at the sort of the inset, whatever, that first page in it, and it had listed other things. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's more. There's Conan the Cimmerian, Conan the. So I think this is the first time in my life I just said to my dad, like, I want to go to the bookstore, And he was delighted. Probably he wants to read something. But I didn't, and so I remember, like, I think the next one I picked up was Conan the Cimmerian with the Frost Giant daughters on the that story, and I bought that with my own my paper out money, and I just I just loved it. I just went bananas. I thought it was the greatest thing ever. So
Now,
I'm a huge Frazetta fan. I love it. I'm so happy that I was able to do that Frazetta cover. I actually haven't. I did another actual Death Dealer cover. Let me see if I can find that.
while you're doing that, I'm gonna show this Wolverine here. This is yours, right?
Yeah. That's new too.
Whoa.
That's my new stuff. That's available for sale on Comic Art Fans. People.
Are you the seller?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. So if
Do
some
you do Venom? Are there Venoms?
Venoms? I haven't.
Link in the
I don't
post
have, whatever's available. I mean, is there, but
Let's see what's available.
It says Dan has a speed edit on YouTube on how to draw Death Dealer. That's interesting.
oh yeah, I did an actual speed drawing on that. Yeah.
Oh, that's
that was-
cool.
that was kinda
I didn't
fun.
actually know you had a YouTube channel. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, I gotta work on that YouTube channel thing. I'm just like, because to tell you the truth, I'm at the point where I really want to teach. I mean, I have this boatload of knowledge that I've acquired over, I said 37 years of being a professional illustrator, and I'm ready to pass that information on to the next generation. So yeah, I really want to, I gotta do it. It's like I keep thinking I gotta do it. I just gotta just do it.
Yeah.
So. You can see the new. Actually, here's a actual Death Dealer cover that I just did recently. If you can share that, I don't know, but
Yeah, let's share it. Ooh, yeah.
Oh
that's
wow.
yeah. So now this is this. They asked me to do a homage cover of the famous Conan poster. So that I was somewhat restricted by the I had to stick with the Arnold and all that sort of pose. So I did my own interpretation, and I think it turned out pretty cool. I think it's
I think so.
Amazing.
the girl's I think the girl looks like that's like a Conan girl to me. I'm trying to think of Rosetta, think of the genre of fantasy, what that means and stuff,
Right.
and incorporate a lot of all this stuff. I mean, this is Conan, this is Rosetta, this is Boris, this is Wrightson, everything I got. It's like throw the kitchen sink at everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
So you got your colors up here, the blues and greens and stuff, and so this is again if I could pull it out again, but I have a pencil drawing, I scanned it in, and I colored away with it. So that's kind of the approach I took.
Oh, I just found a website that shows the original art of the Spider-Man versus Wolverine. That's
Ooh.
interesting.
Hmm.
You mind if I share it real quick?
Whatever you want. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you could go to my YouTube channel and show me. You could see some of my speed drawings there. They're kind of
Oh yeah,
fun.
I can do that. Yeah, I'll do that too.
There's a Spider-Man on there. I did this. If you're a Spidey fan,
Oh yeah, a little bit.
it's a lot of fun, actually. The fun thing is the interesting thing about doing those speed drawings. Oh, those are the originals. I'm really grateful if a fan bought those originals for me, and
Oh man,
it's crazy that you can create something and make money. It's like you're printing money,
right. Well, I mean, and
I guess it is labor. It is hard work, but
well, yeah, and talent and skill and all that beautiful
yeah,
stuff.
everything you got. Now there's a Wrightson Conan. I mean, a Wrightson Hulk. That's a Wrightson Hulk.
Yeah.
That is again, all these things come into you. The influences come into you, and you just pass them on.
There's the card.
That's probably my
Yeah.
favorite card. Is the
Oh.
Hulk Wolverine kind of.
Gosh,
So
the
sick.
card hides some of the art, man.
Yes,
look at
isn't that funny? You don't see the whole thing. Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Let me figure out who these people are, who this Mephisto is. Has this.
Are you in the chat with us?
Yeah. Yeah, that's incredible. And let me go to your YouTube channel. Give me a second here. Do that. But when you were creating this, back then, I mean, did you realize the impact that it would have on like people like me, who would see it and just adore it for 30 years?
Not exactly. It was like when I'm drawing this stuff again. I'm pulling from all these sources. I'm trying to produce something really good. And remember, I'm a fan. This is stuff I love too. So if I create something and I look at it, I go, "Yeah, that looks cool." I'm reacting as you would react. I'm like, "Yeah, it looks good," and sending it off to everyone. So yeah, I'm glad I mean, when I look at it the way you look at it, like, hey, that's kind of cool. It's kind of funny, almost like you're an outsider looking in, like, oh yeah, who did that? That's pretty good,
You're right. All right, so this is your How to Draw Spider-Man, and
Right.
you're doing this digitally.
I mean, this is. I mean, literally, when I was, when I was in high school, I had my folder was like littered with comic book stuff, and there was a guy in my class who said, "Oh, I've got a book for you. You got to And I'm like I've seen how to draw cartoons and comics before. I'm not interested in that. I just want to how to draw Marvel." He goes, "Oh yeah, this is it. This is how to draw Marvel comics." So he comes back the next day with the How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way by John Buscema. And it was like somebody handed me the Holy Grail. I was like, oh yeah, this is it's like the book I dreamed of that existed, and it existed all of a sudden,
Wow.
So I just ate that thing up, and I was like, there was no stopping me at that point. I mean, Stan Lee was, he had his little blurbs throughout the story, throughout the book, talking about you true believer and all that. Like,
Right.
I'm a true believer, So I was sold hook, line, and sinker, and I was totally going to be a comic book artist at that point, and I was too dumb to know if I couldn't do it or not.
Well, you definitely did. That is for sure.
Anyways, I just this is kind of this. I'm drawing in the traditional kind of Marvel comic style, Buscema, Kane, Bermuda, all that stuff. I learned from those guys and went with it. Now this is interesting that these sped up drawings. It takes about an hour and a half to do it. I think it takes about an hour to draw it and about a half hour to color it.
Okay.
So so that breaks down, because I wanted it to be under 5 minutes, because I thought people would be bored. If you're so it's sped up really pretty, about that fast, 20 times, and but it's simple. When you see it broken down and that sort of thing. But it's that's the way art is. Like, it seems simple, but you got to know where to put the right line, the right place.
It seems simple, but just so I sat down with the same book that you just referred to, How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way by John Buscema and Stan Lee, and drew a Spider-Man on the channel. I guess it was 4 weeks ago, and it did not look as good as this.
Well, you just weren't as crazy as I was. Because I drew incessantly. I just was like, yeah, I don't know. I just went bananas for it. But
Right. No, this
I
is
mean, we
really
think about
fantastic.
how many drawings I've done over my lifetime. That I mean, just thousands and thousands of drawings. You got to really draw a lot,
Mhm.
and you got to have that passion, because that's really what it is. You may have some talent to start with, but you really got to work hard to develop that. It takes a lot of effort. So
Yeah, I got a little bit of muscle memory, not nearly enough, but there's still something special that some people have that
yeah.
I
Well,
don't have.
I'm not a good inker. Like my ink line's kind of pretty shabby and stuff. But I mean,
Uh-huh.
you're looking at what you're looking at here is pencil drawing, and it's it's on computers, but if you literally zoom in, the line work isn't that great. Some of these guys have unbelievable control.
Mhm.
I remember the first time I really saw this insane control was I had done I was working. My first jobs was Strange Tales for Marvel Comics there, with Cloak and Dagger and all that thing, and Carl Potts said, "Oh, we got an inker for you. His name is Kevin Nolan." And Kevin Nolan inked over my stuff. This is my beginner artwork stuff. I get this stuff back, and I'm like,
Incredible.
"Oh my goodness!" And I was like, I said to Carl, like, "Can we get him some more?" He's like, "Oh no, that was just one time." Like, "Oh my god," because he took my my drawings. He just made and you get back these drawings, like, and the line work is just impeccable. Like, I just don't have that motor control. I don't. I'm a good. I can construct I can draw in pencil and construct a good figure, but
Right.
that whatever that is, that surgeon's hand that some of these inkers have, where they can make line after line, it's so precise. I don't have that. So, and I'm kind of glad in a way. It's kind of fun that everyone has different talents they bring to the table, and together you can make something better than you could do it individually. It's a lot of fun. So.
Yeah.
I get a kick out of that.
I think we've had a debate here on the channel one time, was like, who should get more credit? The artist who does the original pencil or the inker? Like,
Oh, it's a combination. I mean, it's like, I mean, certain, like I said, with that particular case, Kevin Nolan, he stepped out. I gave him some pretty decent constructed figures, but
yeah.
he took it and gave it a style that I couldn't do, which is really great. It's kind of like Frank Miller would say when he used to do his all of his work. Sometimes it's like he can do it himself, but interesting things happen when you combine artists together. When we work with Bill Sienkiewicz on Electra Assassin and stuff like that. That's some funky stuff, and it's really cool to see that combination of talents coming together, and they all throw in their own stuff. The Daredevil was Musicelli. I don't know how to say his name, darn it, but the year one Batman and stuff like that. I mean,
Mhm.
that's some cool stuff, but that's a combination of these two guys coming together and agreeing, and then even arguing, perhaps, at some point. But
Well, I'm gonna see if I can. I was trying to see if I could pull up the work that you did with Kevin Nolan so I could share it. You said it was Strange Tales.
Strange Tales 11. Wait, no. That was the first thing I did. Oh my gosh, I can't remember exactly which one it was.
Strange Tales number 18?
Try that. We'll see what happens.
Okay. So people can see what you're talking about. And was it the cover or?
He did the interiors, not the cover. Well, he did the covers on a lot of Strange Tales for those that I was working on. And when I saw him, I said to Carl Potts, I said, keep him doing the covers. Like, I really enjoyed this cover, like, more than my own work. You know what I mean? Like, because I mean, yeah, you do want to do the covers when you do the interiors. Like, you want, you just want to, like, put your stamp on it. It's tough when someone else does the cover. But with him, I said, oh my gosh, bring it on. Bring let me have his stuff.
I don't think it's going to let me show the interiors, unfortunately.
Well, maybe I can find them for you. Hang on a second.
Let's see that. So I think that's the cover you're referring to.
That's one of the. Yep, that's one of the covers. I don't know if it was on that cover
Got
only, but
Now, tell me while you're looking that up, what is your like current awareness about the Marvel card hobby and, what's going on in it right now?
I'm not aware of it much, but
Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot going on.
are cards still a big? Are cards still a big thing? Or
I mean, so for me they are, and the hobby certainly has grown, but I wouldn't use the word a big thing because that would put it in comparison to like sports cards or Pokemon or Magic the Gathering. It's not anywhere at that level. But let's just say, a cheap box of Marvel cards right now is like, a couple $100.
Okay.
And well, 100 to a couple $100. But some of the higher end stuff is a lot more expensive than that, and some of the cards are really expensive. So it's a pretty expensive hobby to be in at the moment.
Okay.
And this is the work here. Oh yeah.
This is the Kevin Noah inks over my drawings, and nothing grand about the layouts or anything like that. But he put his spin on it, and it was really cool. The interesting thing about this is I went to a convention, and I sat next to Art Adams, and Art Adams bought this page for me.
Oh wow!
Oh, nice.
I was, I was a beginning artist. I was hurting for money, and I think he gave me $300 for it or something. And that was back then in 1987 or whatever it was.
Sweet.
I was like, "This is $1 million," This is gonna feed me for a couple of months.
That's hilarious. But to have someone like Art Adams buy it, that's.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a sympathetic buy or what.
Yeah.
Actually, probably not because Kevin Noah inked it. So.
Oh, okay. So there we go.
If it was just me, I'd be like, yeah. Then it'd be
those two
something.
faces at the bottom and the face at the top right, like those three images, they are incredible.
Thank you. But again, it's like, what are you taking in here? Like this is a Gene Colan. Gene Colan was the only guy I thought could draw black people well. And so I looked at his work, and this is pulling from that. Okay, he's got a good, the construction of their faces and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. So, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of good pieces in that one thing. On that one page.
See if I can find any other pieces, because I know I have scans of.
Now, what year did you do this particular page?
Late 80s, it has to be.
Okay. So you started in the 80s?
Yeah, my comic career was from 1987 to 97.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially, I'm looking at at that point, I'm like, I'm making luckily, at best, $400 a week,
Right.
Because I'm not that fast and stuff. So that's $20,000 a year. And I just, I had a family. I just started a young family, and you can't raise a family on $20,000 a year.
Right.
So I looked around and I found storyboards and TV and advertising storyboards. And so I left the business. And that was kind of, it was like I had to leave my love, of comics. But the reality is you have to make a living. And I thought to myself, back then I projected and I said, I don't want to be 60 years old trying to find a job that pays $20,000. You know what I'm saying? So I had to be realistic about it. Now, unfortunately, I'm looking back and I'm talking to some of these guys, they made more than $20,000 a year. Some of these guys,
Right.
So maybe I should have, maybe thought about it a little longer. But, it was just, there's money there. I mean, I make what you make, let's see, $100 a page to draw something. And it, like I said, it took me a day or more to draw something. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So storyboards, TV advertising, I made $50 a frame, but I could do 8 of those a day. Now it's kind of like it's fast, furious work, and you only get it for a couple days. But all of a sudden, I had a little chunk of change, and then I could be around my family.
Yeah.
And honestly, to tell you the truth, family is more important to me. I
that.
love comics, but not as much as my family. So that's what I did, and I continued to do that. Now, the interesting thing now is I'm coming back into comics because of crowdfunding, the new option that's now available, which is really interesting because one of the things that I hated about comics, it was very frustrating, is I wanted to do really high quality work, but you really can't do that in a month. You need more time. You need a couple of months to do it at least. So with crowdfunding, you can spend 6 months on a comic book, and make it just, mint it out, make it as good as you can possibly make it. So that's appealing to me. And I think finally now I'm actually considering, I'm working back, coming back into comics now, because and it's good too, because I have all this knowledge that I've gathered from other aspects of illustration throughout the years. So it's a lot of fun,
Well, this brings me back to Derek's question. He says, are you open to concept art commissions?
Concept art commissions? How's that different? Just commissions?
Character concepts. I think if you were to give you a concept of a character and you draw it out, or
sure. I mean, I can do that sort of thing. Although I'm really engaged right now with my own comic book. I've written something. I've drawn. I've got it going. Where is it over here? So
sneak peek.
Yep.
Let me see if I can find it.
Let's auction off the cover art tonight.
Crowdfund it right here.
Exactly.
Where in the world did I put it? I don't know. It's up here, around here somewhere. But oh, wait a minute. Here it is.
Oh, nice.
Found it. Make him big. Boom. Oh, that's not it.
Okay. Well, I've got layouts. I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to.
Oh, I see that.
Oh, sweet.
So I got it all worked out. It's interesting. I do comics different than a lot of people in that I do the lettering first. I do all the layouts first. So that and I'll print it out and I'll work it on the computer, and because I really believe in the placement of lettering. And try to work out the entire story. I don't like when to give it to a letter and then they cover up some space or something. I want it to be everything to me. I'm a kind of a control freak in a way. Like it's all just it's got to be right. That's the thing that I think that drove me nuts working in comics. Like I'm a perfectionist and I really want it to be just absolutely just as good as I can possibly make it. I don't want any.
That's so interesting because. Have you watched the latest documentary about Stan Lee on Disney Plus?
I don't think so.
Well, part of what they described in there, or at least how I understood it, the Marvel way of doing comics is that they would have the artists draw the panels first, and then Stan would come in and then write the story.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Yeah,
after the panels. But I love what you're saying because you're like, no, I'm going to get the story right and then draw to the story, which seems to be more logical.
Well, it's okay because the if he gets to just, that's kind of the way I work in a way that you have an idea and a plot, you work out the visuals first, and then you may add the letters.
He mentioned that he would tell the artist what the general story was going to be.
Like Kirby,
then Kirby would just do what he wanted.
Yeah. That's great though. That's because it is a visual media. So you draw it out and you that's kind of the way I like this story I'm working on. It's like a barbarian type thing, knights in armor and stuff. And I really thought, what do I want to draw? Like, what do I want to see? And it's a visual thing. And then I tried to work a story that would kind of work with that. And then once you have that, it's all just starts flowing once you got it going. If you got a good story, got a good idea, it just goes, it writes itself.
Yeah.
So
you got it to share with us?
Well, I no. That's it.
That's what we were going to get to. I got it.
This is it.
That was the sneak peek.
60 pages. But
nice.
But it's if I showed you, it's just stick figures. It's not. It's nothing spectacular to look at or anything like that. So it's I'm drawing on everything I got. It's like throwing the kitchen sink at everything. Just give it everything you got.
You are deep in there right now. That's the space that you're in right now.
Yeah.
Is fleshing
as
that
good
out.
Or as bad as I am, you will see it.
I love it. Man.
That's like when I did that 3-part painted series for Star-Lord, for Marvel. I was like, you find out just how good or how bad you are as an artist because there's no time to shoot reference and all that stuff, and I'm just going at it with all the knowledge I have of how to draw a figure and all that stuff, and it is what it is, and it's kind of like, oh, that's not so good. It's got to go,
So Dan, when was the last time that you worked on a piece of art that went on a Marvel card? Can you recall that?
That's as far back. It's that Marvel stuff, those Fleer cards.
That's Fleer card. So 95, I guess, would be the last year. So you haven't even done like sketch cards?
No. Except for I did. Somebody sent me a sketch card. I did a Conan. It was kind of fun.
Oh yeah.
That might be on my Instagram if you can pull up my Instagram. If you can pull up my Instagram, you can see a lot of stuff.
One of our friends, RMS, actually said might want a Conan. He said my dad was a huge Savage Sword Conan fan, and I loved looking at them when I was a kid. Might want to contact you about a Conan commission.
Yeah, there's my stuff. I mean, if you guys want to see what I do, Instagram's a great place to see it. It's my portfolio, really.
Yeah, this is where I saw that Wolverine. This Doctor Strange is cool too.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, somebody bought. That's a commission, actually. Somebody wanted it. They haven't actually bought it. They haven't paid for it. Like, if you pay for it, I will send it to you.
Wait a minute. Somebody commissioned you to do it.
Yes.
They've yet to pay you.
Right.
Well, then let somebody else pay you. I'm sure.
Well, I'm not worried. If he doesn't pay me, someone else will buy it.
Right.
Oh, there's my St. Patty's Day.
See that? Oh, that's a cool. What? So.
Oh my gosh. Well, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. What medium is this?
That's computer. That's just
okay.
Yeah. But there's the Dan Lawless Bounty Hunter. Somebody made this thing. I don't know how they did it, but they sent it to me. I was like, oh my, that's AI art. That's kind of AR kind of scares the crap out of all of us artists, but at the same time, it's kind of fun. But that's me as a bounty hunter. I thought that was cool.
Oh, this is a cool comparison there.
Right. Yeah. There's my Frazetta.
Whoa! Look at Cyberfrog. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Cyberfrog is so difficult to draw. I don't know how Ethan Van Sciver does it. Why would you pick? There's so much detail in it, but
right.
But
happy birthday, Frank. That's cool. There's your pencil for the Frazetta.
There's your black. Yeah, the black and white. Yeah.
Your ladies
and
here?
there I did a Dawn Attack too for Frazetta.
Cool. Who's your favorite female to draw?
I don't know.
It's Mary Jane. Hey, Tiger.
Oh, was that Vampirella? It was, wasn't it?
Wait. Yeah, I did do a Vampirella.
I don't think that was Vampirella.
Right. They're not.
No, it's not Vampirella.
Oh,
it might be a Vampirella, though. Oh, yeah, I should show you,
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I did do a Vampirella as a commission. I mean, as a solicitation. I tried to get a job, and
Wait, is this Punisher?
No, that is Black Terror.
Oh, I don't know who that is, but
Black Terror is an old character that's been revived by Von Klaus, and
make a killer Punisher though.
I actually thought that was a skull on his chest. Like I saw the colored version of it above. Yeah.
Are you going to let me know if you see the sketch card?
We may have forgotten that was the objective of this visit to the Instagram page. We got a little lost in the art, to be honest.
We did.
Well, there's a color I did of oh my gosh, I'm getting a brain fart. the Sergeant Rock. Who's his name? Oh my gosh, somebody help me, please.
Dave, help us, please, Dave.
Very famous.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Brian Bolin, right? It's Brian Bolin.
Say it again.
Brian Bolin, I think.
Oh, I don't know that name actually.
It sounds very familiar, but I wouldn't have. Joe Kubert, West Coast Avenger says.
No, it wasn't Joe Kubert.
There's the Wolverine and Magneto.
Oh yeah, that is it.
I see you got some Lord of the Rings stuff here. That's cool.
Yeah, I love Lord of the Rings.
Big fan myself. I don't collect the art or the cards because there's only so much room in the collection.
Yeah,
and
Gandalf.
pocketbook. There's the Wolverine versus Hulk. Oh, that's your how to draw stuff. Okay, so that's cool. Well, the reason I was asking is so you haven't been contacted by Upper Deck in any way to do sketch cards or any original art for any of the current sets that they might have?
No.
Got you. Do you remember on those sets that you did, like Ray Lago was on it or Tom Fleming? Oh,
No. Here's the Vampirella piece that
nice.
I did to try to get some work, but I hang on a second. Why is this? I never heard back from Nick Barucci, so I was like,
What the heck? I'll send him an email.
Yeah, somebody contact Nick Barucci, say, come on, give Dan Lawless a call. Because I mean, it's one thing, I can draw the females pretty well,
Yeah,
right.
There, yeah.
I'm old school.
That's what I was trying to think of was
that look on her face. She's like innocent, and it's gonna be trouble. It's like that's awesome. I love the bats in the background too.
Yeah.
I think it was the Death Dealer with the red background had some like birds in the background as well, but I couldn't quite tell what they were. But these bats are so pronounced. I love that.
If I can zoom in, you can really see. I mean, well, maybe you can't. It's
that smirk.
The resolution's a little low, but that personality. You got to give these people personality.
Yeah,
that's the key.
right.
A little smirk, a little it's mischievous. It's
Yep.
That's not easy. That's not easy. And I've
the
read the How to Draw the Marvel Way book.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And of course, she's smoking.
Yep. Yeah.
So
that's part of the criteria for Vampirella.
Then if you're sitting down and you're like, I want to draw something I enjoy, that's a Marvel character. Like, which character is kind of your go-to enjoyment?
I mean, I do think Wolverine's a lot of fun to draw. He's kind of tough. But I mean, really, I gravitate towards drawing Conan. I don't know. There's just something about there's just tough. It's just tough guyness. Just badass. Warrior stuff. I still that's kind of my first love.
That's still your wheelhouse, huh?
Yeah. Although I love superheroes. I mean, I'm also. I mean, I went bananas with the Marvel characters and all that kind of stuff. I was a Marvel guy mostly. I mean, I did like Batman a lot, but really I didn't. Beyond that, I didn't really get too far. Here's the interesting thing is I really was an artist at heart. And so when I went to the comic book shop as a young person, I was so serious about being an artist that I would buy, comics for the art. And I generally enjoyed the stories because generally they hired good writers all the time throughout the genre. But so I got a good collection. I gravitate towards Gene Colan. I love Gene Colan, John Romita's, Gil Kane. But then even the Judge Dredd with Cam Kennedy and all the some of that the British stuff,
grittier stuff.
Yeah, I thought that's cool stuff, and Brian, that's where I would say Brian Boland and stuff like that. So, I got a good collection of. I really, if you looked at my collection and I still have, it's really a collection of really good, well drawn comics. If I looked at it and said this isn't really well drawn, I didn't really buy it. The exception would be Frank Miller, who wasn't the best artist, but I still remember in 1986 being in a comic book shop and I'm flipping through and I picked up the Dark Knight, the first one, and I kind of flipped through it. I thought, I don't like these little 9-panel grids. I don't like that at all, then I saw a couple of big splash pages. Thought, oh, those are cool. I like the, because Lynn Varley colored them wonderfully. So I brought that home, and that's when I first discovered that, man, storytelling's huge when it comes to comics. It's like, it isn't just art. So I had a stack of comics, and I had that one, and I read that The Dark Knight, and I was like, after I finished it, I was like, I don't want to read the rest of these comics. Like, there's nothing like this. I never seen anything like this before. The sad thing is, I thought comics were going to like completely change in their storytelling and all that stuff, and the way they put stuff, and they didn't. I was so disappointed because when I got in the industry, like 1987, I mean, you talk about it. There was Frank Miller, there was Bernie Wrightson just came out with Frankenstein. My goodness, that which I think today is still the greatest, probably the greatest piece of comic book artistry ever created.
Really?
And that whole the Frankenstein novel that he illustrated, just mind blowing. And then what was I trying to think of? Dave Stevens, was doing his stuff. All this stuff was happening, and I'm just like, comics are crazy good, And then it just kind of fell into that image stuff, and I just wasn't. It didn't float my boat, and that was part of my disenchantment that day left the industry, because I just felt like it wasn't focused on really. It was more like kind of stylized versus just really drawn beautiful stuff, So I wasn't really enthralled by that, but so it's kind of. I don't know. I'm maybe I'm a bit of an art snob when it comes to comics. I don't know. I like really good drawn, really well drawn stuff. So I like figure work.
We're definitely attracted to the art, which is one of the reasons why this is more of a Marvel card channel than a Marvel comic channel. And Manu is a comic book fan, but I think I can speak for Manu. Manu, speak for yourself, but. He's more of an art-driven collector as well than a storyline-driven collector, but the trading card is the nice like happy place for it. You get the art, and then if the card's done really well, you get a little blurb on the back that gives you some story or history about the character, maybe a power set, and it's it's a nice blend between the two.
Justin, do you remember the comics where they had the breakdown of the characters and all the powers and everything like that? They had that library of Marvel comics.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so that was fun too. Kind of really could check it out and know about everything about the character. It was good, and it was a good library if you're gonna write this stuff to be able to refer to.
We had the creators of X-Men the animated series, and they used the Jim Lee trading card set as their kind of Wikipedia version, of being able to identify the characters and their power sets and how they connected to artists who were not necessarily familiar with comics because of what was on the back. West Coast says Handbook of the Marvel Universe is the book you're referring to.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, I have a bunch of those. It was just kind of cool, like kind of just to get up. We're all kind of comic geeks, and give me all the information about the character.
I want to know who's stronger than who, right?
Exactly. What's his powers and what is his history, and it's quite a library that they put. I have to say though, I kind of fell out of interest in comics after certain partially because it's not a cheap hobby necessarily,
No.
when you're talking $5 a pop, because I used to go to the comic shop and I'd walk away with 8 or 10 comics, but at 50 cents a pop or $1 even a pop, it wasn't that bad of a blow. But the kids nowadays, how can you buy 10 comics at $5 a pop?
It's worse because there's actually a lot of speculation behind it as well now. So if you can even get the book, because a lot of times they're gone, like somebody's getting them or acquiring them, and then you have to buy it secondhand on like eBay, and it's already marked up, and even though it's a new release, you're having to pay 3, 4, 5 times the retail price on the the comic to even get access to some of it, because there's so much speculation, in the hobby as it relates to, books that might have new characters or, great covers, or especially if they combine the two. Dave says, what was the first Frazetta work you remember that influenced you?
Oh, I already mentioned it was Conan the Usurper, and it was Conan with he's got the chains, and he's the snake is in between his legs, which I didn't even think about till later.
Right.
But that was so dang cool. I mean, it was he's straining. If you read the Howard story too, he captured it perfectly. He's straining against the chains, and he's it was just so badass, tough guy stuff. It was a lot of fun.
So right now, I think Jusko is working on Conan.
Really?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's what I've seen lately on his Facebook posts.
Yeah. Well, the Conan artist who's working on the stuff for Titan right now, Rob Del Torre. Mm-hmm. Rob Del Torre. He is so good. He's like Buscema, even maybe better. It's if you've seen that stuff, I'm like I have not been thrilled with the Conan comics, honestly, when Marvel had it, and I was I wanted to work on it myself. I couldn't get in it, but when I saw his work, I was like, there we go, perfect. That's Conan for me. That's because I've always loved Buscema's work and stuff. And he's a very good Conan artist, but this Rob Del Torre is really something else.
This was posted December 26th of 2022. So I don't know if that's it.
Well, I did my one and only Conan cover, Conan Savage Sword of Conan 231. I think it's 231. That was tough because I landed that cover and I was just like, yeah, because I'm a Frazetta banana, nut case, whatever. Uh-huh. And then they lost they an issue or two after that they stopped doing the color covers and all that stuff, and they went to a regular cover, but a regular comic book. But I was just like, yeah, just when I got in, I'm ready to do more, and
then they stopped.
Yeah, that was fun for me. That was
yeah,
a good thing. And actually, I have the original art around here somewhere. There's a little bit of cut off on the side, but if you zoomed in, I counted there's 70 heads that I drew on the background.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, look at all these heads you had to draw.
I thought it was funky to just all these guys observing the battle, just to kind of they're all Frazetta faces in there and stuff like that.
Right.
So there's a lot of prep work for this too. Some people have looked for they asked me for the prelim stuff. And I started digging it up, and it's like I don't know what happened, but it's all wrinkled, and so I got to figure out a way to kind of flatten it out. I don't know why the pencil wrinkled. I drew it on layout paper, but so I got to find an expert who can kind of flatten this stuff, and so because it's not very good if it's all intact, but it's wrinkled,
Yeah. William Johnson asked, "Do you enjoy doing the Hulk?"
Yeah, the Hulk is just a blast. I mean, for goodness sake, it's just all muscles and stuff and form. It's a lot easier. And the funny thing is, I can draw beautiful women, but it's actually a lot easier to draw like a gnarly dude, like a monster or something, because it's very forgiving. One eye can be a little bit here or there, but it doesn't matter. If you're drawing a beautiful woman, it's got to be precise. You got to have everything, perfectly. And there's also no connection points. Like when you're drawing a monster, you kind of have lines and creases and everything to kind of lead you to the next area. With a woman, it's like you're trying to place
an
eye and a nose, and there's no connection points. So it's actually more difficult. So
yeah, no, I like drawing. I like drawing females too. It's been a while. Goodness, it's been a long time since I drew females, but I remember them not being easy. That's for sure.
No.
It's a lot easier to just do Wolverine every time.
Yeah, like I said, because it's forgiving. It's easy to do.
Well, I would absolutely love to see you back on some Marvel card stuff if you get a chance. I don't know if you have a connection to Upper Deck or anything like that. They may watch the show. You never know. But
yeah,
did you?
If they watch the show, hit me up. I'm ready to do some stuff. Yeah.
Did Did you ever develop like a buddy, like a pal that you've stayed in contact with since the '90s? That's in the hobby. Like you have.
Not so much. That was a tough thing. I tell you what, that was actually really difficult about being a comic book artist in the '90s. There was no internet like we're talking now. This is a lot of fun. There wasn't any of that. So I had like one friend that lived in a couple hours away or something that was into comics too, and he had a couple Marvel jobs and stuff, but. It was a lonely affair, and I didn't like it. So, but now it's a lot more fun. Like, I mean, I draw something, I put it on Instagram, and people like respond right away. That's a lot of fun. It's like immediate feedback. You can talk to people. What do you think of that? That's cool. It's just so much more fun. It's life. I enjoy it quite a bit more.
It is in this community. Well, I hope you're getting a sense of it tonight. I hope you continue to have a sense of it, but your work and what you contributed to Marvel cards in the '90s is very much adored. I can tell you, I've looked to try to buy that Spider-Man versus Wolverine original art, and let's just say it's not been easy because people really enjoy it.
Yeah,
and I can only imagine that the other pieces are viewed the same way.
Yeah, I think they're all gone except for. I think Polaris is left. I think I might have Polaris still.
Well, so. if you do have Polaris, I would love to be in a conversation with you about it. I know the piece you're talking about.
Yeah.
In fact,
well, I also have Burnout and Fairchild from the Wildstorm stuff.
Oh, really?
Did you guys ever see that? Maybe I can find that.
I bet we have a Wild Child fan here somewhere. Just for a second. My phone.
Why isn't that popping up in my?
I'm gonna show the piece you're referring to here.
I thought the art was rather nice. I have it here. So if you want to.
Which one is this?
This is Burnout and Fairchild from Wildstorm.
Okay, let me see that. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I thought she was rather nice.
This
is my it's my color pencil technique and that sort of thing.
Love it.
Yeah, we got someone saying they love this card. It's one of his favorites.
Yeah, it's available on Comic Art Fans, but you have to check. You have to contact. The guy who's selling my work is James Mealy at. He sold a lot of my work. He has this right now. I still own it, but he's selling it for me. If you're interested, but.
Well, here is the Polaris piece.
Yeah, the Polaris piece. I think I have that. Gosh, I gotta check I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because this face is gorgeous.
Yeah. A little heavy on the lips. No. I think I had a lips fetish back then, apparently. But
yeah.
It's funny. I remember doing this, and I'm like, I gotta I'm drawing the Capitol. What does the top of the Capitol look like? I have no idea. There was no Google Maps or anything like that back then. You're like, what is it? I just kind of guessed. I guess it looks kind of like cement top or something. I don't know.
I got it, Derek. That was good. He was ahead of his time. He says Derek saying your lips were ahead of his time is so 2023 now.
Yeah, that's backwards though. My name's backwards. I can see.
It is because this is not the original art. You have the original art.
Yeah, I'm saying that I can see my name was
flipped
on it.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Please let me know if you do locate that.
Okay.
Do you like just keep you got a filing cabinet with your original art in it?
Just some shelves over here. Yeah. I don't have a ton, to tell you the truth, but I mean,
yeah.
like I said, I only had 10 years of comics, and then I kind of got out of it, but
right.
Worked on a lot of commercials.
Well, I tell you what, I am super grateful for this piece.
Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, that was fun. I mean, it's fun to revisit the old characters and stuff.
Well, if you find that Polaris, let me know. Like I said, would love to hear it. and I've dropped a link in this video for people to reach your website. I'll go back and add your Instagram post. Obviously, people can go ahead and go follow you there.
Yeah, my website is just danlawless.com. And of course, the last name is Lawlis. Everyone thinks it's two S's or ESS. It's just LIS at the end.
Right.
Yeah.
And then that's a good place to go because you get I have links to everything you want. I have a Redbubble account, whatever you can buy, stuff printed onto anything. You can get a Conan shower curtain if you want.
Right. Wow,
that's my favorite. Like I wait for someone to buy a Conan shower curtain.
It's on your website
on Redbubble. It's just if you looked up my name there, but on my website there's links to that stuff.
Yeah, we got to get Dave to get a Conan shower curtain. Yeah, and I know what a shower curtain.
I should just buy that to freak my wife out.
Right.
I did actually buy. My daughter was into Minions, and we conspired, and so we actually bought a Minion shower curtain, and she had to accept it. I was just like.
West Coast Dave says, Dan, I sent you a message via your site. Is that the best way?
Yes. There's plenty of ways, but that's a good way.
Okay. So you check that regularly enough that
I get it through my email. So I would see it for sure. Yeah.
Perfect. Dave says, you've seen my awesome shower curtain. I have. I sure have. I will not reveal it. You have to physically go there in person to be able to experience it. So I spent the night with Dave this past weekend when I was going through Seattle. So that's what he's referring to. Is there a chance that anybody could meet you at a Comic-Con or some type of show in the near future? I
haven't done any I'm in the Detroit area, so I would probably go to the Motor City Comic-Con if I did. Mm-hmm. But I haven't done comic conventions. But I think I would probably do more, especially since, like I said, I'm working on my own character. I'm really getting back into comics a little bit. This is really a lot of fun for me. So I would imagine then I would probably do more conventions, try to sell my comics there and that sort of thing. But so we'll see. I don't have any plans, but.
Yeah. Well, if you do, but make sure to share it on the Instagram. I'll share it as well.
Yeah. On Facebook, I've been running this Conan Facebook group for years now. It's not that great, but it's just kind of something silly that I do, But so that's kind of fun if you're a Conan fan.
Stuff we do, I promise. Out of fandom.
So lots of ways to contact me. That's.
Well, we got one here that says he's definitely interested in your Death Dealer art that you showed tonight.
Oh, well, just go to Comic Art Fans. It's available there. You can email me through that. Let me know. I'm actually negotiable in price, so let me know. I'm pretty open about that. So
nice.
Well, cool. Well, that's great, my friend. Anything else you want to share or discuss tonight?
I don't think so. But I'm really grateful to be here, and I love comic books, and I just miss this so much. I really liked it when I got in there, and you go to comic conventions, and we're talking like in the 80s and stuff where the things were starting to take off, and I remember comic conventions where nobody dressed up or anything like that, and then I went to my first one in the San Diego for the first time, and people were dressed up. I'm like, wow, this is really weird. and kind of fun, but then it made it back and it started to make it to other conventions. So like around the country and stuff. So everyone's like all these people dressing up. It's a lot of fun, man. It's a real blast. Yeah. Everyone's having a great time. So
look, we have a great time. This is our 63rd week in a row to do the Marvel Show every week.
Wow, so yeah.
It's what you're talking about. It's community around something that we all enjoy and get to discuss. We talk about things that are happening in the hobby, obviously, both, from the 90s, because that's kind of our wheelhouse, and, what's going on in the world, today from a collecting standpoint. And there's a lot going on.
Well, how'd you guys get in? What's your history in comics? What drew you in? Like,
let me let Manu go first, and then because he hasn't said enough tonight, and then I'll answer that question second.
Well, Dan, you should know we go about 4 hours. So even though I haven't said much right now, we still got 2 hours
He's
of
got
pages.
he's saving his words.
Yeah, but no, for me, I don't remember my actual like initiation into comic books, but I was younger, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever year or age I was when I first started to sort of find the artwork that drew me in, because it was very much, I would imagine, about the artwork first for me, right? And I fell in love with Spider-Man and so on and so forth. And coming into the 90s, a lot of the things that drew me in, McFarlane artwork did a lot for me. Bagley in the 90s did a lot for me. And then I started to explore, and it was a really great time. It was comics and cards equally, about 50-50. And I like to describe it in this way. It's like I don't know my why, because as a youth, as a child, you don't really wonder why you like something. You just go towards what you like. It's very organic, very natural. And in the mid 90s, I did start to fall out of collecting, but only because the age I was coming into, the world started to distract me, right? The social activities and things of that sort. And then kind of life happened for the next 20 years, if you will. But at that same time that I was entering in my teenage years, the comic book industry sort of, it changed a lot after it went so crazy, had that boom in the 90s. It kind of started to fall apart, for lack of a better term, right? But for 20 years or so, I was out of it, but I was never out of it. My favorite comic books, my favorite pieces of art were always with me. And then, like much like so many other people's story recently, when COVID started, when the pandemic happened, I went, no pun intended, I went inside. I don't just mean physically, I mean, I went inside, right? And I wanted to reconnect with who I was when I was 7, 8, 9 years old, not what the world had sort of formed me into or what I was doing professionally. I just kind of wanted to find me again. And I found myself in a short box, to be completely honest, in a short box of comic books from my mother's house is where I found me. And there was one book in particular that spurred everything that is happening now and has been happening for the last 3 years. And I decided I was going to set up an Instagram page about 3 years ago and find my tribe or connect with the community that for 20 years I hadn't. And it's been the most amazing decision I've ever made, to be quite honest. And Justin has been on a great journey. I'll let him tell that. And he's created this environment for me to be a part of and have conversations with people like yourself, where I don't mean, this is going to sound weird. It's like, but I didn't know so many people as human beings. Like, Dan, like to me, it's this amazing artwork that connects me to my childhood. Like, this is some of the most powerful stuff in the world. And then to be able
yet
to
I'm
have
just a goofball,
But that's the most incredible thing. Like, there's a comment here that Derek, not to call you a goofball, but there's a comment here that Derek
I'm a goofball.
No, I love it. I love it. And so am I. And I love it. And Derek says, Dan, I've had a smile on my face this whole time, even more than your beautiful art. Your vibe is so great. And I echo that, because the moment you hopped on the screen, obviously I reacted to it right away. The energy, the colors, just the spirit in general. That's so incredible to be able to connect with. And I mean, Justin's created a platform to be able to do that. So that's kind of my, my story here. And I'm here to stay now. And I'll let Justin.
Do you guys think it was, because I'm thinking about comics and what drew us all to comics. Do you think it was like the colors? Like, I mean, when you saw a comic, Spiderman, blue, red, Hulk, green, just kind of, I remember that glossy kind of luster of the print on the page that just kind of like, it was, because you think about you're going to school, you're doing your studies with all that stuff. It's this boring print, everything's boring, and then all of a sudden you got this kind of like completely non whatever study kind of
it was fun, it was fantasy,
it was
just
everything that it was color, just I mean, I think that's one of the things I think that drew me perhaps to Marvel more than DC was the colors. Batman, was cool, but he was, gray and dark and stuff. And then the other guys, X-Men, they just a plethora of color, And I think that's some of it, that's part of it. It's just like Legos or something,
I think you might be right, actually. It pulls us away from what, school wanted to teach you serious stuff.
Right.
And textbooks look serious. And I hadn't become like a reader yet. My reading comprehension actually in my 20s, just out of nowhere, improved for me. But when I was younger, reading for me was like I'd have to read a paragraph 2, 3 times because I was disconnected immediately. It's so boring to just look at black
Yeah.
text on white paper. And you might be right. Coming into a comic book store or even a KB toy store, like these things generally had the same emotional connection to me. Action figures, cards, comics. It's because it's the way that I imagined and saw things in my mind. Now you're seeing someone create them and put them in front of you.
It's like a carnival, a carnival of color. Also just fun.
Yeah. Yeah. You nailed it, man. Like, yeah. So this has been a real pleasure tonight. Honestly.
Yeah. Well, pleasure's mutual, you guys.
Yeah, definitely love.
We're all the same. We're all fans. We all experience the same exact stuff.
Yeah.
I was reading these comics and I was going, oh my gosh, Marvel Comics! I want some Marvel Comics, So I'm like, I'm geeking out and I'm having fun, and then I'm trying to at the same time I'm putting all my best, skills and knowledge and efforts into trying to reproduce that fun, and and for the next people out there, and for me, I'm drawing stuff. I'm like, oh, that's cool, man, or something. It's really just reacting to it as a comic book fan. So,
well, it worked.
Yeah,
good,
indeed.
Good. Gotta keep it coming though.
Yeah, look, my first significant introduction to Marvel was X-Men the animated series for the most part, and that morphed into a trading card and action figure collection. That was, spurred on with my twin brother. I have a twin named Dustin. I'm Justin. And then there was a friend that was introduced in the midst of that. So we had this little trio of talking about the characters, talking about the art, drawing. We would, me and Matt, Dustin, not so much, but we would draw the characters. And that started a love for drawing for me that stayed connected to Marvel. And, that ended to some degree. Like when I say ended, I mean the trading card aspect of it, and the comic book and Wizard magazine was a part of that story as well. That ended around the 96, 97 year when Marvel took this big deep dive. You obviously left the industry, at least to the trading card aspect of it. And then on top of that, I was 13, 14 and really started pursuing girls, or female, as I like to say. I discovered female at that time. And that consumed my life until really 2017, 16, 17. Got back into collecting mainly because I had not only the money to do it finally, because I raised 2 daughters, and the other was having some space to be able to collect. That was another part of it, space in the house to collect. And that really took off. I've got about 2,000 action figures around me. That's really what started first, along with comics. And then January 2021, that's when I re-entered the modern Marvel card, or not re-entered. That's when I entered the modern Marvel card space. I continued to collect 90s cards through those years on a limited basis because it's just not super available in places to go shop. And gosh, it's been an everyday collection and hobby since then. YouTube channel started November of 2020, and it's been a big part of what it means for me to be a collector now because of the community it creates and the people it connects me to, and to think that I'd be sitting here with you one day discussing one of the pieces of artwork that still have me in awe when I sit down and look at it all these years later. Is incredible, and I'm super happy that this is one of those times where you get to meet kind of quote your hero, and it actually doesn't disappoint. So.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it can be a disappointment.
Don't miss heroes. Wait,
don't miss your heroes.
Cut the feed now before you learn any more.
That's right. That's not where we're headed. Look, nobody's perfect, and that's actually part of the beauty too, right?
Yeah. This you mentioned this medium stuff, like this YouTube stuff. As I mentioned, as a comic book artist, it is lonely and terribly lonely. And in recent years, I have found other comic creators through YouTube and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot of fun, and I'm inspired by them. They're drawing stuff like Aaron Lepresti. I'm coloring Aaron Lepresti's work right now. And it was funny how he's doing this Garbage Man story. I was on a show with him, and he showed this black and white art. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I really want to color that, And he goes, you want to? Like, go ahead. And I, yeah, And so that's what I'm doing. It's kind of funny. These things happen more organically, and it's a lot of fun, and I really get a kick out of it. And that's part of the experience. I like that, that connection with other people and stuff like that. Because we're not just creating this and drawing this stuff in a vacuum. We're experiencing this all together, and it's a lot of fun. And so just talking to people about it afterwards, or while we're working on it, is huge as far as creating. It stimulates me to be to continue to do comics. I've been out of it for 20 years. Suddenly I'm coming back into it, and part of that is talking to people who say, hey, you can do it, and kind of, oh yeah, all right, I'll try.
Dan,
So
the way
we
I
want
like
you
to say
to
it,
as well.
what's that? Say that again, Manu.
Oh, I was saying not only can you, but we want you to, like the community.
Yes, please. Like we're
Us
asking you
hearing
to.
that. Yeah,
And
exactly.
some of us
Yeah.
will give you money to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope I gotta replace my advertising income with comics.
Right. Let's
Sorry, it's funny because last year I was like, oh, I didn't do too bad with a little bit of comics. But still, my bread and butter is advertising. And
Yeah,
stuff like
look,
that.
you got to do what you got to do for your family. But
Yeah.
what I just heard you say reminds me of what is often said here in this channel, which is we're here for the moments and the memories.
Mhm.
And being able to do that together, just to me, just really enhances what it means to collect. And I get that
Yeah.
there's some people who are private collectors, and it's about the collection, and no shame. Okay. But for me personally, it's really elevated my experience to be a fan of these particular characters, Marvel in general, whether it be the trading cards or the comic books, or even, some of the other aspects like action figures and the movies, because of the community it creates, and then the moments and memories you get to have along the way. Because now, not only do I have a commission from Dan Lawless, I have a memory of being able to sit down and have a conversation about it to go with it. So now when I look at it on my wall, it's not just this inanimate, thing that exists there I just look at. It comes to life when I look at it now, because I'm like, oh yeah, I've got some memories to go with that too.
Well, it's fun. Somebody from Canada just recently sent me a one of the trading cards to sign. He said, "Yeah, I remember this when I was a kid. Can you sign it for me?" And I did. But my wife put it on my chair, and without me knowing, and I sat on it, and he had a good protector and stuff. It all survived. It was fairly fine. But I sent him back, and I sent him an email. I said, yeah, I signed it, but you can also say that the artist actually sat on it too.
Yeah.
And he goes, I'm going to frame this email. I'm putting it on the wall.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was signed by the artist, and he also sat on it at some point. But it survived the structural integrity of my butt,
All right, just to let you know, do not ever sit on Manu's card.
Stop. No, listen.
Send it. This guy had those plastic, full, but I also told my wife, I said, no, do not put anything on my chair. That's the second time I sat on something.
That's funny. That's funny.
Okay, so Abby I can't say his name. Nuts, Mum Nuts says
Mum Nuts,
you've been
kinda
digging
like
the whole
Numb
show
Nuts,
to get
but-
a contact for a commission. Do you know any 1990s creators? Not exactly sure. We're looking at
It depends on the creator.
Yeah, we're looking at the creator for some of our favorite cards.
Yeah. Plus, I don't know if I have any sway. You'd really have to contact each individual creator. I don't know their schedule, their availability, and stuff like that. So,
yeah. But Dan has said you can contact him on Instagram or email or through his website if you're interested in the commission. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
cool stuff. So Derek mentions here there's some Facebook communities, Marvel card Facebook communities. Are you aware of those? And if so, are you members of those Facebook groups?
I'm a member of several, Facebook stuff, but I don't, it's social media is like, oh my gosh, there's so much, to do.
There's a lot.
So I'm limited to what I can kind of participate in. I got to keep working, because I can just blow a lot of time I've done that, you know.
Well, look, it can be a time suck, and trust you to be able to manage that. But I think the reason Derek wants you to know is there's probably quite a few people who would love to be able to connect that are already in those groups that already know and love your art. It might be a good place for you to spend some time.
Okay, yeah.
I'll
Send me
send you the
links.
link.
Send me links.
Yeah.
Whatever group, I'll join it. But
I will. I'll do that. Ballpark says this has been an epic interview. I agree. And Zen says, pinch yourself, Justin. It's not a dream.
You guys, you're talking to the biggest moron in the world. Like, it's like, I'm the kind of guy that will, walk around the house looking for sunglasses for, 15 minutes and they're on my head, The only thing I can do is draw. It's like that. I put all my brain power into my drawing. Nothing else is left. I can't spell. I can't speak. I can't.
This is making it all so much better, to be honest with you. It's like,
I only got so many brain cells. I put it into my drawing. Working at a capacity. All the brain cells are doing their best.
Yeah, well, we're happy that you use them for that purpose.
Yes, for sure. That's all I can do. Yes. But it's a lot of fun, what's interesting is like, you find out like I've been on shows like this with people in Australia, or in England or something, and you're like talking to them, and we're all like comic fans. It's really a lot of fun the world becomes really small. So
it does. So. No, it's 100%. And right here with the people that are watching, we got people represented all around the globe.
Yeah.
And it is that brings us together for sure. It definitely makes the world quite small. All right, I got a question for you before you go. A couple of times people in the chat have mentioned, what would it be like for you to draw Venom? Have you drawn them? If so, can we see it? If not,
I would love to commission once of Venom Spider-Man. Gosh, I wonder if I could pull it up.
Yeah, I would love to see it.
I can't. I don't see it popping up. Wait a minute.
That's okay. We can find someone to maybe reach out for a commission if you don't have one.
Yeah.
This was actually a commission that the guy kind of backed out of. But
you're about to pull up a Venom commission? Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah.
But so actually, somebody wants me to finish this.
Whoa, this is an interesting opportunity here.
I got first dibs.
Hey, stop that. No. What did Dave say? Dave says, I'm an adult. There's no dibs anymore.
Hey, double dibs.
Okay, here it is. If you could share my screen. Probably the only time I've drawn Venom.
Whoa, hold on.
That's on a piece of paper?
It's kind of rough. I think did I draw this on the computer I don't know. But anyways, it was kind of a rough that I would, you can see it's kind of roughly drawn. I would have to
definitely tell you if you finish that.
I'd print it out and do something more tighter than that.
That's cool.
But yes.
Yeah.
100% definitely interested. The
that
scale,
cool.
The positions, the classicness about it, meaning you've got the Farland eyes, you've got Venom as a villain. Like everything here works for me, so I'm definitely interested. And we got a Holy Wowzers comment, and West Coast is wrong. Dibs are not for kids. This is like an insanely adult and professional way to claim something.
That is actually true. That's right. That's how all the mortgages get done. Dibs.
Yes. When you sign it, it's a double dibs.
That's right.
No take backsies.
Yeah, this was during the pandemic. Somebody contacted me. He's like, "Can you do a Venom Spider-Man?" Like, I never drew Venom, so I, of course, when I get an assignment, I pull out all the reference I have and I try to pull everything I can into it. So, yeah, it's kind of cool, and
I think it's amazing.
Yeah,
I love the proportionality. I love the size. I love the take of your. I love your take on the size of Venom in relationship to Spider-Man.
Yeah, he is a lot. He's a monster, kind of. I'm thinking that.
It's so good.
No, it's super dope. It's super dope.
I generally wouldn't draw Venom just because some of it, just all that black shape,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I can't see the muscle, the figure as much, uh, but it's definitely a
You
cool
know,
character. You get a good graphic out of it. Yeah.
yeah, Dan, you know what I was thinking? Like, I love Venom, right? But there's so many different ways to draw Venom, and you could just create your own variation of it, or way of thinking about it. But when you were talking about your Frazetta influence, and we were looking at some of the Death Dealer stuff, I was actually imagining like Venom, but created in that vein, in that style, in that
Mm.
environment.
Sure. Sure.
Like, pull it out of 90s, cleaned up comic books and stick it into that goblin sort of space, right? That sort of that the dragons and things and castle scenario, just in terms of the vibe of the illustration. And that was
Yeah.
something that was really fascinating to me.
This is actually, this is a few years old now. This is, like I say, pandemic drawing, and I actually think I'm a better artist since then. Like when I started to pull back into the comics again, I started to to really sharpen up my skills and really delve into trying to take it next level and see what I can
Mhm.
come up with. So
Yeah,
I think I could actually do something a little better than this, frankly. But I think it's still. I mean, the figure work is pretty
Well,
solid, fairly
just
solid, but
it
it
is.
just needs a little bit
yeah, just
more
finish practicing on that
definition.
piece and send it to me, and then you can do the big next thing.
Just needs a little more definition in the lighting and the drawing of Spider-Man and Venom a little bit. Just arm definition. I might make that work that muscle out a little better and stuff.
Well, look,
Just that fine tune
Manu's
it.
on to something to take the, I'm going to use the word love here, and you clean it up if you don't like it, but like the love that you have for Frazetta and the Conan style of
Yeah,
art and
yeah,
musculature, and bring it into this character of Venom
Hmm.
would likely create something that's like just so different and unique, but like would stand out, amongst a sea of Venom art.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, perhaps. Perhaps. And sometimes I'm not the best visionary. Sometimes when I have to like start doing it and then like, oh, now I can see that works. And kind of springboarding it into other from just experimenting and just seeing what works and what doesn't work.
Right.
I'm not one of those artists that like sees it in my mind of it and complete or anything like that. I kind of tend to construct things from the inside out. Constructing figures and um, the with like a gesture drawing and that kind of thing, and then I flesh it out. Very much the Marvel method.
Yeah. Or you could do, you can imagine this, how to draw Venom Frank Frazetta style. Like, you could be teaching that, right?
Yeah,
But
it'd be interesting.
was that an AI prompt, Justin? Are you chat GPTing this right now?
I, well, you're talking to the AI version of me. I'm actually in the living room right now, resting. Uh,
Yeah.
Like I think I mentioned before, that AI stuff scares the living Jesus out of us, man.
Yeah.
Us artists, because like
Yeah.
all of a
as it
sudden
should.
we could be obsolete. Like, oh, just type in Venom and Spider-Man, and you got yourself like, oh my gosh, a lifetime of drawing and stuff, and the
It's
computer
true.
does it in 2 seconds.
I tell you, there's a hope, anyways. Look, a strong community out there who has a lot of respect for the artist and the art they create, that will continue to battle that. And I think the way we battle it is that, if given the opportunity to decide on a purchasing decision, this comic book or this trading card that's created solely with like AI art, or you know the comic book or trading card that is born out of an artist's brain, right? Which one do we put our money into? Because I think money's going to ultimately make that decision.
Yeah.
Here's the thing is that concerns me about it is I don't think AI will ever be as good as a personal creation and stuff. My concern
Yeah,
is that it'll be good enough, and I'm saying it'll be like people
yeah.
won't
Right,
notice the
right
difference
now, I
that
would say that
much.
in some ways it's already quote good enough,
Yeah.
but it's I've never bought more original art than now.
Hmm.
Like, So I know for me, it's like making me appreciate original art even more. And I hope that's what's happening with others.
Well, I mean, when
that
I'm
makes sense.
when I'm creating a piece of artwork, I mean, there's how many decisions are on it. Just looking at this Spiderman, how big is that hand? How do I put that position, that arm? There's a ton of decisions going on here, and I think that's better. But again, can they do something close? Certain kind of illustrations are already gone.
I could see where like a creator would say, hey, I need a reference. And you have this, AI generator like, hey, give me what a hand would look like at, this angle and this light, and like it gives you that reference. And then you use it, as an artist to help, inspire, create, or whatever, in the same way you might use a reference. I could see it being a tool to get the artist creation out more efficiently.
Oh, absolutely. That's fine. Yeah.
But I don't want to see, it completely replace.
Yeah. It could be hopefully it's just another tool. If it's just another tool that, to get you where you want to be, fine. As artists, we use reference all the time to try to, fill in the knowledge we don't have. It's all information in,
right,
information out. So that part of it is just fine. But
I think using it, and I've likened it to this, and forgive me if it's a poor analogy, but how did the author or Homer, the author of Odysseus, feel about modern writers who have a thesaurus, to look at to understand what other word choices they can draw from to write. Like they would be offended that they have something that could help speed that up or give them greater knowledge. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Or how did the stone, chiseler of art feel about the first person that had paper and paint, and the speed in which they could create and all the colors they could have access to? Like, were they offended at that, advancement in technology? So
3D
I think
printer.
as long as what's
that? 3D
printer. How would Michelangelo feel about a 3D printer?
A 3D printer, yeah.
Wait a minute, we can just, Michelangelo, he might have been sculpted a little more cool, a little better, but he'd be blue,
Yeah.
Right.
He'd be blue plastic, but.
By the way, in this book that Derek mentioned before you got on the show, Dan, 10x is easier than 2x. The like the preface or the forward or the introduction of the book is about Michelangelo and what links he went to study the human anatomy to sculpt. Like he was literally breaking into morgues to study the inside of the human body so that he could understand how what was inside the body affected the musculature of the human so he could sculpt it better.
Wow.
Sounds a little.
That's nuts.
That sounds a little morbid, but yeah.
Yeah, a little.
If you're curious, I mean, back then you think about it, like now we just take it for granted. We have this scientific knowledge, and you can see the pictures of the breakdowns and everything. But if you're way back then, you're probably very curious what in the world is going on in there, So
yeah, that's how he studied it. He's like, if I'm going to sculpt out the abdomen, like I need to know what's in the in the belly to be able to sculpt that out.
I guess, yeah.
It's a little too far on the crazy spectrum for me, but what'd you get? You got these great pieces of art that he created. So including David, which is incredible.
Yep.
Well, keep us up to date on any if you finish this Spidey Venom or if you end up doing the Venom as Manu described.
Okay.
Yeah, and it sounds like some of our friends might be reaching out to you about that, perhaps. So I'm definitely going to be keeping tabs on that to see if something materializes. That'd be very cool.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, sure.
So ballpark, I kind of want to comment on this. He says, but look at architecture of centuries ago and how much more beautiful it is than today. From what little bit I've read and places I've been, people were given years to complete one project, like years, not weeks, months, days, hours, like a long time. And they were not distracted by all the things we have that people are distracted by today. That I think the same humans that can create are still, quality is still exists. It's just the way in which and the speed in which we have to do it today.
Yeah.
I mean, they're talking about buildings. Like people spent lifetimes working on one building.
Yeah. If they did that today, they would be just as good. Yeah.
Yeah, they would be just as good.
Sometimes it's just
We're in
all
a
about
hurry.
the money. But
Yep.
the same thing
Nothing
with
else
comics. When you think about it, like, they're trying to crank out, too many comics, and like that was one of the complaints I had when you had the Image guys come in, and they made a ton sold a ton of copies. Then they all left, and then they replaced them with guys that weren't quite as good, but they just and then that I think it was a Ron Perlman or something. What was that guy that came in and just he treated Marvel? No, it was the guy who owned
it. Yeah, was it Perlman?
Yeah. Anyways, the idea was they treated it kind of like a hostile, like, stock takeover, and they produced 5-6 Spider-Man titles and stuff to flood the market. Like, that's
Right.
not. It's not a like a they
By the
treated
way,
it like
it didn't work.
Yes, they treated it like it was a whatever, some kind of business that you're selling soap products or something. And it's like no, this is an art form. And so I think a lot of collectors were really disappointed because they closed their collections because they didn't want just all this nonsense or just garbage thrown in there. You got to have a soul behind this stuff. You got to really you got to think about the fans, and you got to think about what they want. And they lost sight of that a little bit. They thought they treated the fans, I think, pretty badly, and it was I think it did a lot of damage to the comic book industry and the collectors out there, because you used to be able to collect all the Spider-Mans and all the Hulks and all the Iron Mans, and it was pretty well protected, and the quality control was pretty strong, and then that disappeared in the light of desire for just quick cash. And that's a problem. And I think it's really struggled since then to recover, which is too bad. But there's no substitute for quality. You just got to do good stuff and care about the fans. Think about your fan. If you really react to that,
Well, and you said it. You said, "Look, now I get to work on a book that I get to spend time to create."
Yeah, that's the new thing. This magic of crowdfunding. I mean, Marvel, they're DC. They're making a lot of bad choices and trying to just, I don't know, some kind of social agenda or something, whatever. And it's like, no, you got to think about the fans, what they want, and give them what they want. But if they're not going to do it, guess what? We got this crowdfunding thing now that you can. These some certain people, not a lot, but you'll see more. You'll see more of people going independent and creating comics and producing them themselves. And then and you'll see the Dark Knights and the Watchmen's and the Dave Stevens Rocketeers. You'll be seeing some of that stuff coming back now, I think, with this new opportunity.
Because I'll just show this quickly, but look at Disney stock. It was at 197. And it's now down to 90.
Yeah.
Wait, when is the 197?
That was COVID. So that's March 2021. So a year after COVID. So COVID's here, but pre-pandemic, it was at 151.
So it's lower than pre-pandemic. Wow, that's saying something.
Lower than pre-pandemic. And look, the money's talking. We don't have to get into agendas and things like that, because that's not
you have to respect the readers, and you can't just shove out junk. You've got to care about who's reading these things and what they want, and deliver that stuff. I think there's I don't know what happened exactly. A lot of people got in there and who didn't love comics books. And a lot of great talent was let go. So it's kind of tough. But plus, there's I hate to say it, but you don't see these comic books. We discovered comics in the drugstore, local drugstore, and spinner racks and stuff like that, and those don't exist. So it's difficult now to how do we get
the newsstands?
Yeah, newsstands.
Newsstand.
But I love the spinner rack, and I was just at my local grocery store, and I would go through and flub through.
There's something about walking up and the art grabbing you.
Yeah.
and it being in a place where that's not why you went in there, but there it is.
Right.
And now
right.
it's got you.
Right.
I'd like to
I remember
say-
the drugstore guy going, I'm flipping through, I'm looking for the best art. He's like, just pick one and go, I'm like, you don't understand. I'm looking for the best art with action, I didn't want too much talking scene. I wanted action,
What were you saying, Manu?
Sorry, brother.
Nothing. Actually something, but it was just related to what we were saying. See, West Coast Avengers, our friend, he's a huge part of this community in terms of YouTube channel. He has a YouTube channel. He's got an Instagram page, and he does a lot. But the conversation you were having a moment ago about like what happened in the artistry of comic books, how it became really commoditized, how it became just about the companies releasing as many number ones as possible or variant covers as possible. I could feel the energy that Dave was probably feeling, because he would have loved to have been a part of that conversation, which I think it'd be great for the two of you guys to be in touch. And he has reached out to you about original art. So I think there's probably going to be a relationship that forms there. And I would love to see a conversation between the two of you on his channel as well. And then when we bring up the newsstands, I wanted to say that Dave and I actually started a podcast. We just released our first episode yesterday. I'll talk more about that later, but a little bit of a plug there. And it's called It Came from the Newsstand. So those emotions, like those memories of where people would discover comic books and enjoy them in the 80s and 90s, primarily the generation that we were discovering them in. And I just wanted to mention that it came from the newsstand. That energy, that spirit is a big part of what we enjoy here.
They were everywhere. We would go camping, and I remember at the camp store they had a spinner rack.
Yeah,
it's like. So
that's what I was going to say. I just traveled quite a bit last week, and was in the airports. Walk up to the book rack and the magazine rack, and there's. I think the only thing I saw that had anything to do with Marvel was like an older edition of like maybe it was like Time magazine or something that was going through the movies of Spiderman or something like that. But no comics, like nothing there for someone to be captured by the art and then fall in love with maybe even the story in a space where you're looking for something to read.
And the thing is too, is comics are still unmatched in one category. It's a story where you can read it and see it and see the thought bubbles. You can see what the person's thinking. That that's different than movies or TV or even novels and prose and stuff. That thought bubble where you get inside the character. That's a unique art form. So it can't be matched, and it's valuable. So I think that's something that should. That's why I hope. That's my hope for comics, is that it will still survive, simply because there's nothing quite like that. The written and the visual together.
Yeah, you're right, actually. And Dave is echoing that. He says it's such a unique way of telling a story, yet so simple. Words and pictures.
Dan, I got something I want to share, and would love to see you hang around for it. Have you guys seen these before?
Hang on a second. You got a Spider-Man chair?
Yeah.
I was like just noticing that there's like.
Hey, mine's a Venom chair. Look, it's black leather. It's a symbiote chair.
It was a red Spider-Man chair, and then it got overtaken.
It got taken over, yeah.
So just careful, it doesn't get to you, like cover you,
Oh, he would love that.
I like it, actually. It's
you would love that. All right, let me see if I can move
there's a comic book story right there. The chair gives you power.
Hey.
It takes over.
Let's do this again. There I am again.
Justin, what was that you pulled out? I missed it. Let's see it.
I'm about to share it.
We got enthralled by the chair.
Yeah. For good reason. Okay.
Peter David.
So this is the Spider-Man vault, and it says $29 at the top.
Bargain.
Dig into it.
Oh, this thing is
sorry
sealed.
for that noise. But
It's
I think
unboxing.
I think I did pay $29 for it, which I thought was like pretty crazy for what's inside of here. And if that's loud, my apologies.
No, it's actually quiet, surprisingly, yeah.
Okay. So It says
That looks like a Ramita on the front cover there.
It does.
yeah. Peter David and Robert Greensberger, and a museum and a book with rare collectibles spun from Marvel's web. So that kind of grabbed my attention. Love the art here, obviously. And this may not be easy to show on the camera, but I'm gonna do my best. Okay, guys. Pull this out. So it's pretty well protected. What's in here? Let's do that first reveal. Aha!
Well, there's your Ramita, famous.
Yeah.
That's cool. Gotta love that.
I still remember that image. It was on the cover.
Yeah.
One of my first exposures to Spider-Man was reprints of the Ditko stories in a small paperback form.
Oh.
And it was so, and actually, I Ditko stuff reduced down actually is a little better, and it was just I loved Spider-Man at that, you know, those first Spider-Man stories. They were so good.
Ramita just killed it. He did, but it starts off with. I have not looked at this, so I'm not going to look at all of it, but it's got some of the original art here.
How's it smell?
It smells like paper.
It's the good kind of paper.
It smells everything. I don't smell stuff.
It's still warm from the presses.
Yes, it is. Oh, sorry, I got to keep turning this. But like, there's that famous panel.
There's a
And
Ditko.
a lean and silent figure slowly fades into the gathering darkness, aware at last that in this world with great power, there must also come great responsibility.
I know. That's a good lesson.
Yeah, so good. And then it goes through, you could become, a member.
I learned a lot of frankly, my morality from comic book superheroes.
Look,
there's nothing like a hero, you know?
There is still something that is important about being able to really be able to tell your heroes from your villains, and
Well, it's a self-sacrifice. That's the very noble idea. So.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna skip ahead here. Oh well.
Spider-Man mask! Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Ditko stuff. There's some great Ditko stuff.
Yeah, so good. But there's actual things in here that you get. And I'll have to read through this another time. Oh wait, I gotta do this for Manu. Sorry. I kind of feel rushed, but y'all tell me if I'm going too fast, okay? But Manu, there you go.
The Ditko Amazing Fantasy 15 cover.
Yeah, so Stan had Ditko and Kirby do a cover, and this is the cover that didn't get used for Amazing.
Is that Kirby?
Dave, I definitely can't sell that book, man. Dang it. Sorry, inside thing. But yeah, that cover. That was Ditko. That was the Ditko one, yeah.
Yeah, so what it was is Stan said that he wanted someone to draw Spidey in a way that was kind of like an everyday person, and Ditko was able to do that where Kirby's felt like a superhero, really did.
Yeah.
And so he chose to not have Kirby do Spider-Man, but kept the cover that he did. So Ditko did the interiors of the AF-15 when Kirby did the cover, and then from there, Ditko did it after Amazing Fantasy 15.
And I think Ramita bumped him up a little bit with his musculature and stuff.
He
but
did,
but still kind of kept his. He wasn't too beefy. He wasn't. So
here, this is a good example of, how it's somewhat similar but different.
Yeah, it's a little more heroic, a little stronger, but still, again, you want that. It's true, you want that everyman.
Yeah, I'm definitely more of a fan of Ramita style. I don't think I'm alone. I think
that is famous. So that Ditko stuff there. Wait, I think that's Ditko. Is that's
this
stuff?
This I think is Ramita.
Are you sure?
I think so. What we can know by the issue.
I think it's this
issue 39 or later. This is issue 33, so you're right. It's Ditko.
That's a famous, very famous
Wow,
scene
he's
there.
more muscular in that one, that's for sure.
I remember reading that though, just and like that was like one of those things where he's just digging deep and he's and it was so heroic and so strong.
Ah, so here's our first like theme to
Whoa.
get in here.
What
So
is this magic?
no. Here's this. This is the Marvel Mania character drawings. There's Spider-Man. I guess Spidey will have to take it from here.
Some baby birthing hips there.
Yeah, that's right.
For a
He's
second,
got
I
them
couldn't
Dan
place the
Lawless
right
eyes.
leg.
We got Craven.
Craven.
Classic Craven.
Yeah, Craven was a great character. A lot of fun.
Yeah, he is.
I did like the Mike Zeck version. That was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay.
And oh my gosh, what a great character Doc Ock was. Oh my, I mean, I think he takes the cake as the best Spider-Man villain.
It's hard to say someone tops him. That is
Yeah.
for sure.
There's something totally creepy about him dating Aunt May too. Like that was
Isn't that? Yeah.
as villainous as you can get. I mean, you couldn't get more villainous than dating your whatever. It was awful, you know.
Your grandma, don't take grandma.
Yeah, really.
Well, Aunt May, I should say. Electro. These are cool. These are really cool. Of course, Spider-Man. Awesome. Put this back up. That did not work. And then this piece. This is cool. This is like an example of the page
Flash Thompson, yeah.
for Amazing Fantasy 15.
So they reproduced the original art in that, huh? Cool.
Yeah. So April 62.
Pasted on art.
Gives us
That pasted on logo. It's fun. It's funny.
Oh, you can see the whiteout.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah.
Like Costume Heroes?
And I wonder, is that the first appearance of Flash Thompson? Maybe, you know.
Yes, that's right.
What a great. Now this is what's so great about Spider-Man back then. Like, this is again this everyman thing. You know, you got the guy. He's the top dog. He's the top banana. And there's your average Joe looking on, going, oh, you know, I wish I was that guy, you know. But you really, in your fantasies, you are, you know, it's Spider-Man. Yeah. So that's what's fun about, it's that male power fantasy where that I think the Marvels lost that. They don't understand that this is what guys fantasize about, being powerful, strong, adored by girls, you know. But if you're Spider-Man, you are, you know, you would be, or, you know, if they discovered that you were Spider-Man, you know. So that's part of the fun of it, the mystique of it.
Gosh, they nailed that here.
They really did. I think it was Stan. This was coming from his heart. Just, you know, he understood that, you know, that what that meant.
Well, it's just amazing to think about that he wrote this for really a throwaway comic, like a, you know.
Yeah. He was done with comics. He was like, I'm finished. And his wife said, just write the kind of comic you always wanted to write. He's like, yeah, sure. I'll just make the sidekick a bit of the hero.
Kids can't be heroes. They're only sidekicks.
Yeah.
I know I'm passing a lot of great stuff, but now we've made it to the Marvel card section.
Hey, $66, like actually in there.
Yeah, we'll look at that, but let's look at this first. Here we go. This car protected by your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Oh, license plate cover.
I guess this was a sticker. Yeah, it was a bumper sticker.
You're guaranteed to have your car broken into.
Right.
You're guaranteed to have that ripped off of your car.
Yeah,
Someone's gonna want it.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Heck with a car, I'll take that collector's Spider-Man cover.
Yo,
So
what are these? These are some minties.
Yeah, these are PSA 10s, man. That's why I bought this.
What? $29.99 gets you these? I'm about to buy this. What is this called again?
Look at the centering.
Is that a real card? Turn that around for me, please, Justin.
Just waiting for you to ask.
It is. Oh, everybody go to eBay. This is an emergency meeting.
There's a Kirby.
Hey, everybody, don't buy before I'm done, please.
What was it called again? Please tell me what it was called.
It's called Don't Run and Buy It.
Oh, come on.
Because, all right,
He's not.
you got to get all the information first. Look at the screen.
Reproduction.
Oh my gosh, dang it. Thanks for not telling me, because I would have bought it.
It's not the original art.
All right.
This is
Hold
just
on, Manu.
reproduction.
When I first saw that these were in here, how many of these do you think were in my cart before I
You
slowed
little
down
sneak,
long enough?
you. Dang
Long
it, you got
enough
me
to
good,
see.
Justin. You got me good.
I'm telling you, I had every one on eBay and Amazon loaded in my cart, and I was like,
Oh,
I really need to like see if there's going to be different versions in like each one of these books, right?
oh,
Because I was like, if it's not the same 3 cards every time, I'm buying all of them, and then I'll tell Manu.
that is something. That is really something.
And sure enough, it was the same 3 cards every time. And then finally, someone had a video where it showed that it was reproduction. But look, I still think these are a cool,
Yeah,
agreed.
Agreed.
Element of collecting.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Yeah.
So this is what's interesting about the old comics as compared to the new comics. Back then, you had just a limited color of pigments. You had red, yellow, blue, and it really worked good for comics. Now you can print any color you want. The problem is when if you know about colors and ink and stuff, you have your red, yellow, your magenta, blue, and
Black?
yellow, black. Yeah. What did I say? Anyways, whenever you mix 2 colors, you start to move towards the grays. And so that's why a lot of comics today, they don't look as colorful, because whenever you combine those 3 colors and they combine them, a lot, you gray down. So that's why comic books of old look so colorful, because they had the primary colors separated, mostly. You had a green, a purple, a red, a blue. Just the primary colors were popped off the page, and they were a lot of fun. Now you have shades of gray, and
Right.
they tend to look dark.
You just hit the jackpot, Tiger.
Yeah. Now, wait. I never really, thought about that. What exactly is she saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Definitely jackpot.
Just a date, or did you really hit the jackpot here?
Just the fact that she's willing to even talk to him.
Yeah. Ramita could draw some lovely ladies, that's for sure.
Yeah, he did. And in that book, How to Draw the Marvel Way, like it breaks down how Ramita drew females. And Make My Marvel, these are really cool. 1967. I would like to have that.
Help resist rust. I love that.
I want that one.
I think Iron Man would have stainless steel on, wouldn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Aluminum or some kind of metal. That would.
Punisher, just love it. All right, we got another little artifact. I'm calling it artifacts. I don't know what to call it, but it's in the vault. 1977 poster. Spidey.
Yeah.
Which I think is cool.
See, now there's an example of when you add white to the red, it takes away the color,
It does, doesn't it?
And that's part of the problem of computer coloring. It's people think, oh, I can render it, I can make it more realistic in 3D, but you also lose the color.
When I see stuff like this, even with this poster, I go, where's the original art of it? Who has it? What room is it in?
Yeah.
get
Oh, the
into the
Spidey car?
toys.
Is that the Spidey car?
Yep. Zoomsicle.
Why would you want a
Like
Spidey car if you can shoot your web and like? Do you guys remember the old cartoons, the first original Spider-Man cartoons, where it was almost like an animatic? It had very really rude, simple animation. However, I really liked. They had this like jazz soundtrack that went with. I don't know if you guys knew.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And it was like that. It was really cool. They should do that today. Like add a jazz soundtrack to these episodes because they were really cool.
All right. Here's your. How could she not want to go on a date with Doc Ock? Yeah.
Yeah. Why was Doc Ock interested in anime? You know, she's not a looker, you know.
No, I know, but I don't remember him being in this shape. He's in pretty good shape there.
Yeah, he got ripped a little bit there, didn't he?
He did.
He's on the steroids there for a bit.
I could hear Parker saying, "Doc, I've seen better arms on a chair." That would have been a fun Spidey joke, but not here.
Oh, it's good. Believe me, that's quality humor where I live here.
Yeah, they are there, but just like you referenced.
Yeah, that's just too creepy.
They did Aunt May wrong. I don't know who inked that, but goodness. They made her look really old.
You need Graham Nolan here. Graham Nolan knows everything about who inked what and everything.
Oh, that would be cool. All right, we got another. Oh, Manu.
What happened? What are we? Oh, I'm ready for the. I'm ready for the ball, the gala. I'm ready for the thing.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna wear that to the next
go.
Manuminati meeting. To be honest,
Illuminati meeting. This is how I'm going
Yeah.
to go in. You won't know it's me though.
it's really nice. That's some eyes wide shut type stuff.
It's cute. It says this is something that children would wear
The Marvel version.
if they only knew.
5 wide shut. A bunch of nerdy guys.
Like I said, I finally can afford to be the kid I always wanted to be. Look at that.
There's
That's just
Romita.
awesome.
Yeah.
And even these pieces here.
Mm-hmm. Those almost look like Buscema's on the side there.
Dave said I'm not on camera, but I threw up the hands.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh wait, hold on. Did that? Oh, it had a backside, or does it unfold? Oh wait, there's more.
Hey, perfect.
Yeah, this is like the stationery you would get.
Yeah, it looks like a
on
letterhead.
Marvelmania.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
You can still find this stationery on eBay. People are selling individual pages of it.
Wait, wait, can you go back to Captain America? Who's above Captain America?
Thor, Vision.
Oh, I
Wonder
see it. I
Woman.
see it now. Okay, I got you.
Power
You know,
Man,
those look
Thing.
like the avatars that were in the upper hand corner for the comics. That I recognize some of them. You know.
Oh yeah.
In the art box above the price type of situation.
That's what I understand he's saying.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Man, you got me good. I was like, he's really not. I'm searching eBay already. I'm waiting for him to tell me what it is, but I'll just keep searching random things till I find this book, $29.99, all kinds of stuff. Wow.
Yeah, I know. It was better than I even planned.
William, I'll talk to
Here
you
we go.
privately about this.
Who the heck is the Goblin, anyways? It always looks so good, doesn't it?
There's something really cool that we've talked about Al Gons. That's his Instagram page, Al Gons NJ. He does the comic joy boxes. Alex, right? Just want to make sure
Yeah.
we know who we're talking about. Alex just picked up something. It's an actual order form. It's a single sheet order form from the months prior to ASM 300 coming out, and it's the order form for comics for that upcoming month or whatever. And the image on it is the ASM 300 Black Suit Spidey. And we don't know if that's the first time it's been printed or not, but the gentleman that had that piece sent it to the McFarlane signing. McFarlane signed it in the full Todd, huge on the front of this thing. It's slabbed as a 9.0. It's the only one slabbed that there is. And Alex bought it. It's in his collection now. I'm going to get him to share it on Instagram soon because it's very cool.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
That's cool too.
I don't know if I'm supposed to tell people that. I really screw that up often, don't I? That is very cool. Yeah, but dang.
Well, I mean,
Sorry,
nobody
Alex.
watches the show anyway, so.
Yeah, dang, man. Oh, man. He and I are going to go live on Instagram one of these days, and so I'm going to force him to take it out and show it anyway.
All right. This was another
Ooh.
reason why I picked this up. Wow. Because this is cool as, first of all, you know, just to own it, because it is, you know, Spidey, and it is a reproduction.
But that's awesome. Perfect timing, too. Symbiote by Nature popped in with the comment as the symbiotes were being shown. I love it.
Yeah. But, oh, did I bring that in here? Hold on. Oop, I just dropped it. I picked up another PSA.
Ron France or Mark Bagley or something that looks like.
No, who is the artist for that?
Joe Rubenstein.
Rubenstein?
Oh, okay. Okay.
He inked it. I mean, he drew it. I don't know who colored it. I say I don't know who colored it. I knew who that was. The same colors did all of them, but there were different artists for different characters. Joe did that, and it doesn't say it on the back. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. But yeah, like, you know, to me, if you collect 90MU and you don't have this, you don't have everything.
You know, this is the fact.
Because this is a license, you know.
Oh, you're saying if you don't have this one that's in this. Oh, I got you. Dang it, I don't have it all.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I can't wait to see what this oversized pog is.
Now, what do you guys think of? What did you guys? You guys are younger than me, but what did you think of the black costume when it popped in there?
I love it. I'm sorry, I'm so biased. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
I hear Todd talk about it, and Todd says, I didn't even want to draw him. It's so simple. It's just a black costume. That thing is everything to me. This piece of art here is the symbiote Spider-Man. That's Venom, which obviously happened after symbiote Spider-Man. I only wear black and white because I feel like I'm symbiote Spider-Man. Like, to me, I love it. So
yeah, you know, a lot of things I like that. What you had when you were younger, you remember that thrill, that enjoyment, stuff like that.
Yeah.
For me, the Spider-Man, for me it's not the case. You know, I looked at it and said, no, this is not Spider-Man to me, or something like that, because that's my first Spider-Man was red and blue, and so it was almost like, you know, I'm a Spider-Man fundamentalist or something. No? Like, no, you can't mess with it.
Yeah, but
that's how it should be.
Yeah, that makes all of the sense, right? For me and for many of our friends here, well, I'll just speak for myself. It was all at the same time. I was discovering Black Suit Spider-Man at the same time as the red and blue Spider-Man, right? So that
one didn't exist without the other. It already existed.
Yeah. But the fact that actually, I mean, the saving grace of that, for me, it was that it was a real strong storyline that really delivered that costume. So that makes sense to me. And that's what Marvel used to do so well, is they really made sure that the story was paramount.
This is a poster.
Oh, Mattis,
this is a postcard.
252.
Like, what a great postcard.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And you know, I show this all the time and people are sick of me showing it, but I love this thing so much. But when that 90MU card was shown, Dan asked if that was Ron Friends. I have a Ron Friends business card, and it actually has Black Suit Spidey on it. And I freaking love that.
It's great.
I absolutely love it. I love it so much. And so anyway, I've got a thing for Black Suit Spidey.
Keep showing it.
Love it.
I still remember reading that initial Spider-Man Ditko stuff, and I'm just flying high. This is the greatest thing ever. My dad called for time for dinner, and you know we're gonna have a 2-story house, and I remember grabbing the railing on the stairwell, reaching out, you know, grabbing as far as I can reach, and then swinging out and landing on the landing. I was Spider-Man. I was, you know, I would, you know, it's just such a great character. I mean, you think about it, it is actually the ultimate kid character because you can drive your mom crazy. Not only can you track mud all over the floor, you can track it all over the ceiling too. and you can spray sticky glue everywhere. You know, it's like it's
Definitely
you can
drive her
drive your
crazy.
mom completely bananas with making the biggest mess possible.
This is
I
kinda
have
cool
this
'cause-
poster, and I absolutely am obsessed with this poster. This came in this book too?
yes.
Is that Charles Best? Or
Is it best?
This is
No,
not
maybe not.
being said here.
It feels a
Well,
little like a
actually,
little.
this says 1989 poster heralding the arrival of Todd McFarlane-driven Spider-Man title featuring such revisionist art details as enlarged eyes and spaghetti webbing. And
Dave says it's Larson, and he knows. Oh, there it is.
Leonardi.
No, it says
Leonardi
yeah.
and
Yeah.
Williams.
Yeah,
Williamson.
yeah.
Wilkinson.
Williamson. Williamson's a
Williamson?
fantastic. You know, he's a
Oh, it is.
a great, you know, and legendary inker. Yeah. Al Williamson.
But I think they're just highlighting the way it changed the way people drew Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Not that it was.
I
just
actually like the new web that McFarlane brought. I thought that was kind of cool, all kind of twisted.
Yeah.
And,
The spaghetti.
But this
web.
whole like showing how he completely web swings all the way up into you know this pose, which is
This is an
supposed to be
incredible poster print item thing. Like this artwork
Mhm.
is so very cool. I remember when I saw this on eBay and bought it for like $10, and I love it.
awesome. But for $29.99, you can get it.
And everything
Yes.
else. Like what a bargain.
By the way, I have two more of these
Sneaky.
that are not the same as this one. They're different. So there we get our symbiote
Mhm.
suit.
yeah, I agree with West Coast Avengers here. That kind of looked like Eric Larson, not Rick Leonardi, but maybe
Mhm.
Rick Leonardi was trying to duplicate Larson at the time.
Right.
You know, it's popular. You know.
I know we've seen this before on the
Oops.
channel, but I'm gonna bring it out again for those who
Oh
maybe
yeah, that
have not
thing's
seen it.
cool.
The idea of it being red instead of white, and if I remember correctly, and Dave may can clean it up, but the decision was kind of last minute because of the way that they were afraid that the ink would print in the comics with the red and black, so they went with the white.
Oh, I heard a
you
different
mean
story.
this
That's
was
interesting.
this was a possible design for the.
Yes, that's correct. Shown
Interesting.
here, a costume style sheet that shows the original thinking was for the
Ooh.
white portions to be red as a nod towards the original color scheme. And the photo of frequent Spider-Man costume performer Scott Levy, Leva, in the black and the white costume was created for the personal appearance program. So this is like an actual photo.
So if it wasn't for the print reproduction issues, Manika would have red and black and red everywhere instead of black and white.
That's my understanding, but like I said,
It was
maybe
just
somebody knows differently.
a decision of the printers, and his whole life decor would change.
That's crazy, isn't it?
But it is a good graphic, black and white.
It works because imagine how different Venom would be.
Yeah.
And so
Did you hear? Manika, did you hear that? Like I said, if they hadn't gone with that
Right.
white and red, you would be wearing black and red everywhere.
Yeah, what would my life look like? The aesthetic would be entirely different. You're so right. Oh my gosh. That's funny.
That is true.
That is funny. That's so true.
At that Craven's Last Hunt. Speaking of storylines that you thought would continue,
Is that the
into
Mike Sex
90s.
stuff or no? That doesn't.
Hey,
quite-
actually, since we're kind of just chilling, talking books and stuff, can we get Dave in here? Because this is kind of his sort of conversation.
You're welcome to send him a link.
I don't know how to do that.
You don't? Well, let me stop what I'm doing.
No, this stuff I didn't pay too much attention to Carnage. Did you guys like it or?
Oh, I love Carnage, yeah. But,
Okay.
I'm a 90s guy, so the whole thing kind of happened. It's a symbiote-related thing. And the way Bagley drew Carnage's face and Carnage's eyes, it grabbed me,
Right.
And so it's still very much a part of what I enjoy as
Yeah.
well.
Well, it looks like an intense character. I just didn't know anything
He
about
is,
it.
and I mean, what I would say is Carnage was necessary, especially the moment that Venom started being an anti-hero. That really made Carnage necessary. Like, but what a great gift to give like a kid who may want to learn about, Spider-Man, but kind of have a whole history in something that's pretty cheap, but yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised. You said $29 this was?
Yeah.
That's a lot of stuff to reproduce for $29.
Yeah, there's no way it makes money. Like, there's just no way.
With the plastic and the sleeves and all that, that's not cheap to reproduce. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a sketch.
Klaus Janson, huh?
Yeah, from Klaus Janson. Yeah. All right, the next one's really crazy. This is a Jim Lee Spidey.
Whoa!
Jim Lee Spider-Man.
What was that used on? Where is that from?
I don't know.
That's
an original Jim
awesome.
Lee sketch. Let me do this real quick.
Whoa!
That is pretty cool, I have to say.
That's cool.
I mean,
and he didn't shy away from the big muscles.
Yeah, those are some.
He didn't. He saw Dan's version and went, "I gotta get him thigh day.
I gotta top that. Gotta get this guy some thunder thighs, man."
Yeah, let's get West Coast Day Avengers.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Hey, where is he? Hello,
Dan. Dan, Dave.
Dan, nice to meet you, man.
Very much nice to meet you too. Yeah.
Yeah, I got Justin. I got the other one behind me, the other museum edition. These things are amazing.
Oh, yeah, I got that one behind me too.
Yeah,
we'll go through that one next.
You guys.
But,
everybody hear me okay?
Very clear. Very clear. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Manu.
Who's Petey?
It doesn't look like he actually ever finished this, Manu. You can still see where the pencils were not erased.
Might be the only time that Jim Lee ever drew Spidey.
That looks like a convention sketch to me.
Yeah.
Petey?
Yeah, it's definitely
two Petey.
It's definitely a commission because I do not think he ever had a published. He had a cover. I feel like there was a Punisher cover with Spidey on it, but I could be hallucinating. It happens sometimes.
And this one's Andrew Wildman. Little sketch.
He did draw Spidey in the Punisher run. Okay.
All right. But this was worth the purchase. I just want to color this.
Do it.
Yeah.
What's stopping you?
Well, right now, the live stream.
That even better.
I feel like, it's kind of like Dan telling that artist, like, I just want to color this.
Yeah. Dan, I did want to ask you, just to draw it back to Conan before. Where do you fall on Barry Windsor Smith on Conan?
His earlier stuff with the Barry Windsor Smith, I didn't really. I mean, I felt like he was just beginning to develop as an artist. He really, it wasn't until later that he really just became phenomenal.
Yeah.
So I think if he went back and did Conan later, he would have really kicked it out of the park. But it's like we were just discussing here, where the first thing you see, like that's what you think is the greatest, kind of. And I didn't see that stuff originally as a young person, so I'm judging it, older as a more developed artist and stuff. So I don't think it's that great, but I love his stuff later. When you got on, just some of the heavy metal stuff and things like that, where you're just going, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
So,
and for our generation, I might be a little bit younger than you, but Weapon X was my first exposure to him, and
that was good stuff. Yeah.
Oh, it's a Marie Severin page.
Yeah, that's what this is. An original ink page, which includes Marie Severin, but also Bruce Peterson and Robert Stern.
Roger.
Yep. Yeah. Don't read and drive at the same time.
There you go. That's why you have us here.
That's why. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the. I mean, you think about women in comics. It's one of the few women in the beginning of the industry that. I mean, she came in there and she was pretty darn good. You know?
She was
Yeah.
she was so integral to the growth of Marvel. So integral.
No
She
doubt.
and EC also. She did a lot of
So
EC
that's a
work
Charles
too.
Best, right?
Yes.
That's a Charles. Yes.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite covers of all time now.
And then I think that's Byrne. I think that's John Byrne next to it.
Yeah, John Byrne. And I actually had like a iPhone case that like had this wood grain look with this burned in it. And when people would look at it from a distance, they thought it was like a pole dancer. Lose some of the detail.
Spidey would be really good in the club.
So, yeah.
You got
He's
the
a
moves.
natural.
Mm-hmm.
He is a natural. So I had to get rid of the phone.
He's a swinger.
And here's Todd.
Yes. Speaking of adjectiveless,
That's right.
Ooh, that art, the Spider-Man on the brick wall with the symbiote suit
The
behind
poster.
him. That
That's
art.
the poster.
That's the poster. My childhood is wrapped up in that thing. I got stories. It's actually right there. I'm looking at it. But in any case, love. Yes. Hello.
Yeah, now that's what McFarlane did with this, the adding to the web. I love the web and
Yeah.
whatever contribution to
Yeah.
Spider-Man. It looks gooey, it looks sticky, looks like you touch that stuff, you ain't getting away from it, you know.
Mhm.
No, exactly. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Thanks, Derek.
incredible stuff.
Whoa,
Yeah.
what's going on there?
Speaking
Untold Tales of Spider-Man.
Did Spidey just get slapped backwards by a man in a
Yeah.
suit?
Daredevil, gotta be right, or maybe
I
not.
don't know who that is.
Let's see if we can figure out here who it is.
It's like Tony Stark, but not.
Feeling bad for him. My gosh.
Oops, I realized.
In a potential future, an older Peter Parker has abandoned his alter ego and won't stand for imposters. And he slaps whoever this
Well,
is.
he hit him pretty hard because his leg is backwards.
Yeah.
he broke Spidey in half with that
Whoa.
smack. Very
Dude.
much reminds me of ASM 101, the first Morbius, where he's backhand slapping six-armed Spider-Man down the stairs.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
Such a good image, and then there's a splash in the interiors that mimics the cover.
Spider Girls.
Is that some Eric
Spider
Larson?
Woman.
Looks like
this.
Eric Larson color guide there.
Hold on, I'll get it out of here.
Why is there a giant trumpet? What is happening on this splash on this page? Vulture's like, I'm done being a villain. I'm a jazz musician now.
Original color charts for SM1 magazine #1.
Oh, Spider-Man magazine.
Victim of Vulture.
Yeah.
Victims
Gosh,
of
it has an
Vulture.
old school style to it.
Yeah.
Who's the artist?
Is Maurice Severin on the colors?
Spider-Man magazine was for a newsstand publication for younger readers that mixed articles and comic stories. Shown here are two of the Marie Severin's color guides for a story from the first issue. The codes indicate the different values of red, magenta, yellow, blue, or cyan, and are to be mixed to get the right tones.
Still don't know why
We're so spoiled with the computer now. Just not the right color now. RGB colors or CMYK.
Yeah, I can't figure out the trumpet either. That's cool.
That is a great little piece right there.
Love it.
Gonna have to track down a copy of Spider-Man Magazine 1 just to read about the trumpet.
Right?
Yeah. Now interested.
Funny that it says that you had to get the right mix, get the right tones, not for the trumpet, but for the art.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're not, this thing keeps going, guys.
Whoa. That's from Ultimate Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm. We get $20.99.
Speaking of Rick Leonardi.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is kind of cool art here.
Is that Arthur Seidel?
Oh.
Very cool. Web rewoven. Let's play on.
Oh
words
yeah,
here.
because this is when they started the numbering over, and they put J. Scott was on a bunch of the covers, and I
The
think
character
it was
I think we're all going to have to
Rita
get familiar
Jr..
with.
yeah Moreland.
Moreland.
Yeah, and JR, and it was Straczynski, I think, on the writing duties.
Isn't it funny? Some of these guys, like, you can see them in 1 second. You know exactly who it is.
Yeah, it took me a while as a kid to really enjoy looking at Ramita's artwork, because I was like, it's all weird. Junior's artwork, it was all weird and boxy, and then the more I looked at it, the more I'm like, this is super unique.
Yeah,
because he was nothing. It's so interesting how different his art style is from his dad.
Yeah.
And then Jansen inking him really makes his art.
Well, I wasn't necessarily a fan of Kirby's, Jack Kirby, till I got older too. Like, you don't realize just how interesting the graphic is. Like, it's pop art in a way. And that's kind of, sometimes it's not, you can't see it right away when you're younger. You just think, oh, it's not drawn right or something. But when you get older, you're like, oh, that's just kind of cool as a design, you know.
Yeah, because I think when we're younger, flashy is what really moves us versus like sheer talent or just what's the word I'm looking for?
$29 just to show up.
Storytelling, maybe.
Yeah, that too.
These pages aren't cut at the bottom on some of these.
Looks like we get
still stuck together. Let me get this fixed.
Is that the one more day or one more whatever that?
I recognize that artist, but I forgot his name. He's really good.
Quesada.
Don't see it here.
I think that's Joe Quesada.
One more day. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about the other page where they're.
Not this one.
That one. Who's that? Is that Quesada?
I think it is. I think he did that whole storyline.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Whoa! No, new status. I thought it said Newsstand.
Oh wow!
Sorry. Well, that's kind of cool. Haven't seen that before.
Todd, no, that's a really nice
what
piece.
is that?
Artwork for a cover from A Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man 21, which featured a guest appearance by the real-life pro bowler Kelly Kulick.
Oh, that's what's happening there. Bowling balls and pins. Okay.
Of course, because of all the, the Venn diagram where all the comic book fans and the pro bowling fans come together. And
it's almost like one circle. It's not even like,
millions of pro bowler fans.
It's an eclipse is what that is. Yeah. It makes perfect sense.
Dan, you're not a pro bowler, right?
No, well, no, but I'm actually trying to think of how that would work with Spider-Man and bowling.
It would be so unfair. Unfair.
Well, he doesn't have to use the thing that brings the ball back to you.
Yeah, but then what happens if he accidentally pulls it too hard and he kills like 4 people with a bowling ball?
Yeah. Whoops.
Yeah.
What we got here? We've got
the other page, you guys, the Spider-Man TV show. I do remember that. It wasn't so good.
Yeah, I'll show that.
I remember like they had this, the thing that bugged me was Spider-Man's eyes were like these silver viewing things, and I'm like, it's white. Why do you got silver?
All right, this I'm going to use this when I go into national.
You got to bring that to New York Comic Con.
Press pass.
That's cool.
Oh, that's cool. It was for the first
May
movie.
3rd, 2002.
That's what they
You
used.
think you can get into the White House with that, maybe? Or
Possibly so. So I graduated
right up front, sir. Right up front.
Yeah.
Right. I graduated high school in 2002, and even though the movie came out May 3rd, they still put that movie came out our senior year in the yearbook. And so in the yearbook is Lord of the Rings, Spider-Man, and Kobe Bryant. And of course, I was a 9/11 kid, so a lot of the 9/11 stuff. But
I feel old. I graduated high school in '97.
Yeah. But I really like that my yearbook has a lot of what represents me in it. There's that movie or TV show poster. World's favorite adventure superhero in live action.
Not as good as this. Oh.
No, I was just saying Stan wanted Spidey on the screen so bad.
I think we're about to get to Spiderman. the Japanese Spider-Man.
Actually,
Far eclipses the American Spider-Man in the TV show.
We actually already passed some of that, but this is Spider-Man: The Dragon's Challenge. Never heard of that. Cool. Spider-Woman. When my wife heard who is cast potentially to play Spider-Woman, she was like, "Oh, I can't say that, can I?"
Wait, who is potentially cast to play Spider-Woman?
Sydney Sweeney?
Yes.
I'm into it.
And
I need to see who that is.
She talked about the fact of, that she's female. I'll just leave it at that. And then I showed her like the first appearance of Spider-Woman. She goes, "Oh, that makes sense. I guess she would play her well." Spider-Man in the movies. This is cool. Doc Ock.
By the way, Manu,
yes.
Every time you say the word newsstand, I have something to add to that. So you can just do it naturally, but I have something because I got the good microphone.
You've been working on it. Oh, there we go. That's cool.
Newsstand.
It came from the newsstand.
I wall mural. I think that.
Oh, that was the painting that became the card. That was the Foom cover.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
This is the end of the book.
The end for now.
I didn't know that Peter David wrote that.
Yeah, Peter David was one of in Greensburger. But pretty cool, I think. Got a lot of good stuff in there that some of it I hadn't seen before. So
that's an incredible item.
This is newly produced by Marvel?
No, it's been out a while.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's got to be like 10 years ago.
Oh.
And it's no
longer
available.
Yeah. They're not doing so much of that anymore, I don't think.
No, unfortunately.
That thing was really cool.
This one is by Roy Thomas. Heard of him?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Peter Sanderson. And then this one's also by Peter Sanderson.
It's from 2007, Interglobal tells us, that first one we looked through.
Okay.
So which one do you want to go through next?
The blue one.
The blue one?
Because I don't have I've never seen the blue one before.
All right, we'll go through that one next. Now, I have no idea what's in either one of these. I haven't sneaked a peek.
The red one is like, it's cool. It's got some really cool stuff in it. It goes through like the Marvel history. I'm assuming that's what this is, but I think this is going to be even cooler stuff.
I hope so.
I wonder who actually designed it's a simple font, but I wonder who designed the Marvel logo.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm sure we could find out.
They did an incredible job.
Yeah, they did.
Well, it wasn't really difficult, but
it stuck though, right? Like it stood the full test of time. It didn't even need one of those. Well, maybe there is a different iteration from early on. I don't know.
There is a different iteration early on, but
because the earlier iteration just said Marvel Comics Group.
I want to look at first Marvel logo.
Yeah.
But the 2002, the one that logo on the front is 2002.
All right, signature gurus.
Hold on.
Who's this one?
Give me 1 second. I get back into it.
It's hard to see. I can't see it.
Don Heck, Todd McFarlane,
I got those two.
Roy Thomas, Severin, John Severin. It's hard. I think it's really.
Who's the John Hancock at the top? That's what I want to know.
That's what I'm asking.
I'm gonna look in my book and see.
Can you bring it in a little closer?
Yeah.
Lopez.
Does that say Ariel? What does that say?
It looks like Carl.
Carl Burgos, I bet.
Yep.
That sounds and feels right based on that second, the second name there.
And then the other one is Bill Everett.
Yeah, that Bill Everett. Andrew says love that. R.S. Cowley says love that Bill Everett signature. It's really dope.
Great sig.
Marvelous Card says, okay, got my books ordered.
Oh man, there's a little bit different version of the logo.
Oh, got you, Interglobal. Thank you for clarifying.
One of these days, I'm gonna show y'all something that I actually own. and y'all are going to be like, "Hey, I got to buy that."
You own these. What do you mean?
Whatever.
I don't even know. I was just about to make 2 really horrible jokes.
Stop.
So I won't. Yeah, so I won't.
Is that Ditko? Is it in the drawing table?
Oh,
And
the drawing table. Hold on one second. I'll tell you. But I just want to show the Wolverine because that's awesome.
Oh yeah, Marvel Comics Group, and then you have the Marvel Comics with the M, with the comics written in cursive, and then
Hey,
this
Justin?
one.
Justin,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that the blue book is the same as the red book because it's the same first page.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But the red one's going to have the actual artifacts in it.
Yeah. Yeah. See, here's the first page of the red book. Matches the first page of your book.
Oh, well, then I'm going to go through the red one. Because I want to see the stuff.
Yeah. So that the blue book is the book without the relics in it.
Okay.
So,
Do your
But-
research.
well, hey, once
All right,
again,
no
that's why you have me here.
That's why people are here.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go through this one then. Well, the blue one definitely has more pages, so they must take something out
Huh.
to be able
Interesting.
to do this.
Dave, I still really want to know what that one Venom cover is where his head's turned to the side, he's on the pile of bodies, and the bad guy is holding by the shirt, or like killing by the head, I don't remember, has a happy face shirt on, one of those evil happy face looking
Where
shirts.
did you see the book? Or
I mean,
do you,
I've always seen the book.
do you
but
know how?
the
Do you know if it's old?
I feel like it's 90s. I feel like it's from the
Oh, wow.
90s. It's like
All
it's
right,
like painted looking. It's really amazing. And
I'll
the
do some
original
research.
cover of it just sold like a month ago.
I'll do some research.
I've been trying. I can't find it. RS Cali, you know what I'm talking about. What
Here's
is
more of
that
the
cover?
signatures. This is where you get the Stan Lee.
Mm-hmm.
And
Herb Chip.
really
Herb.
glossy.
Yeah, there's Herb, there's Barry Smith, Saul Brodsky, Marie Severin, Dick
Nita.
Ayers, Gil Kane.
Got sneeze again.
Barry Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Who said
Bless
that?
you.
Before he edited the Windsor.
It's, the artifacts in here are old and dusty. Not really. Guys, we're just relaxing and chilling on the Marvel Show,
Is that a cane?
and Dan is hanging out with us to do it.
Yeah, we're having a chill night. I need to order a
That is
pizza.
just blowing my mind. I love it.
Yeah. Because he likes
you're
talking
still having
about
a good time?
comics.
Yeah, I love comics.
This is fun, man.
It's so fun. It's funny because I became disenchanted with comics because my experience in comics wasn't like what I hoped it would be.
Right.
But it's like until you're like almost out of the business, can you kind of come back and love it again?
Mm-hmm.
When you're drawing this stuff every day, it's sort of like it loses the magic. Like you know all the magician's tricks and stuff. So,
Right.
but when you're outside, you're not like laboring on it, like because after a while, you're drawing this stuff like, oh, I hate this stuff,
Well, you get jaded and disenchanted with
But
it.
when you're just the kind of when you're not working in the business, you're kind of like you can become a fan again, which is kind of fun,
Wait a minute. What does this remind you of?
Yeah.
We comic guys are all the same.
Isn't that cool?
I love that.
That's perfect. That's awesome.
Yeah, Dan, I can relate. I worked in a nonprofit in the comic book field, and wasn't a good experience. And I just literally, I walked away and I stopped looking at comics, reading comics, thinking about comics for a number of years because of it.
By the way, these are sketches for suggested pages from 1942.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For
Wow.
early, timely Marvel.
Is Hitler getting a hit with some books or something there?
Torch is doing something to him. Yeah.
Bricks?
Read your history.
Well, maybe they
No.
were throwing books at him because he was trying to
Stop burning the books, damn it!
They're throwing comic books.
You're burning a Spiderman #1, dang it!
Yeah. No, he is definitely getting beat up with newsstands.
Yeah, Derek, I have, unfortunately, but I'm back. I'm back forever.
There we go. Oh gosh, that's kind of gruesome. Look what they're using the Human Torch. to cook this person.
That's funny though. Look, it was the
Wow.
1940s. Things were different then.
And look, they're twisting them.
Wait, who's going around him? The Human Torch? Wait, because Human Torch is holding him.
Oh, I guess so. Who is Toro?
He's another fire guy.
Okay.
There was 2 Human Torches, I think.
Yeah, this is Torch. That's Toro, and that sub is written there. Oh, these are crazy.
Eric, I got your reference, and I'll raise you one.
Anyway, those are cool.
Yeah, I just looked through those while you guys were looking through the Spidey book before I came on the stream. I had that book in my lap.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was checking it out. There's some fun stuff in there, especially there's a recreation of a program from the first Marvel convention. I guess it was like 74 or 75.
All right, here's an example of an early Marvel logo.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Manu. Here's an early example of a Marvel logo. Manu.
Many of the
I see
things,
it.
you have
see
to
it.
have you have to have your phone in your hand in front of the screen so it doesn't look like you're looking at something else.
I was looking at Marvel logos. I went over that already. I'm trying to find this Venom cover, man.
I'm trying to find it too, but
That's okay. That's all right.
Figure it out. Is it Seed of Destruction?
Ditko.
These are
I
great.
mean, Kirby stuff, yeah.
Whoa,
You
this
have
is
to have your
cool.
phone in front of your face.
Look at Miss America.
Wow. That looks, it's so weird. Who did that cover? Because I could see whoever it is totally influenced Dave Stevens. Maybe it's Sean.
Yeah, that does have a feel, doesn't it?
Says Miss America could fly, even though she might not actually have won any beauty contests. In later stories, she took to wearing glasses while in costume, a switch on the usual Clark Kent stick. Sorry.
Shtick.
Stick.
Schomburg, or maybe it's I don't know who it is. Let me see.
Dan, so you don't like Carnage?
I didn't know. I just don't know. I have never read anything with Carnage in it. So,
okay.
So I'm just not familiar with it. That's all.
He's
That's
just
kind of when I left comics. I like I mentioned, I left comics to kind of raise a family, and
right.
And I kind of lost track of comics and stuff like that. But
Dave, comic question for you. This is like the pinup girl stuff, right?
Yeah, the good girl stuff.
What is there value in those?
Oh yeah,
Big
value.
Value?
Like not a lot of it's survived, and you don't see this stuff that often. So yeah, it's big value stuff.
It's kind of cool. Good covers.
Kid Cult.
And that's the thing. Like that's that era where covers were really everything. It wasn't the cover. The interiors would never match the amazingness of the cover.
I remember those days. Like, oh my gosh, it's a cool cover, and then, like, what the hell is this?
Yeah. You open the book and you're just like, oh.
Do you guys got those reprints of? They did a reprints of all the covers, like from Marvel. Like I forget who did them, but I have them. But large hardbound books with everything. Like it kind of looked like this. Only
I know what you're talking about, and I
do know.
name
Yeah.
it. It's like a 4 or
Like
6
every
book
cover.
series.
Yeah.
yes, yeah, those were great. Great reference for an artist,
Mm-hmm. See that? Oh, that. All right. So
Sergeant?
Miss America was created by. Oh, they don't even know who did that Miss America cover. It was either Ken Balder or Pauline Loth.
Oh wow.
Interesting. Well, that back in the 50s, the 40s, and the 50s, and even into the 60s, they weren't letting artists get credit for their work on the cover. There were some artists that would write their name on, and if they couldn't cut it out, then they'd have to put it on there. But most artists did not get credit, so there's a lot of knowledge and history that doesn't exist because people don't know. Is that
Good
Frederick
night, T
Wortham?
Bear. Have a great night. Thank you.
Oh, good night. Yeah, I know it's getting late for some people on the East Coast. Happy New Year. I mean, I need to go to bed. Happy 4th of July. And happy Independence Day, was I was trying to say.
4th
Independence
of
Day
July.
is what I was
Have a
trying to
goop night, my friend. That's what he said. Love it.
say. And a Happy New Year. This guy's photo is killing me. You should not get your comic slabbed.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like a Dick Tracy guy.
I think that's Wortham, but I'm not 100% sure. But it
Oh yeah,
probably
Dan. In the spirit of
4th of July.
Dave,
Why not?
do you have a way to show that picture that Andrew made of you and I? Because that thing.
Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, Frederick Wortham can.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not gonna.
You'll
I'm
see
not-
it. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
What is this?
And a happy, marvelous day.
That's right.
All right, Justin. I'm gonna
sir.
share this little screen with you,
Uh-huh.
and you can just look at this little Photoshop that Andrew P made of me and Manu. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I love it so much. Look at us. Look at us. Look at Dave. I love it. Look out. Dude, we would totally be sitting somewhere looking like that, having a conversation.
Yeah, because I don't know who the actual picture is. I think it's two Marvel guys, but yeah, it's hilarious.
That is so fair. It says Manu the man and Dave the dude.
Dude, Dave,
That's
Andrew, you're awesome for that. I love that so much. That picture of me looking like that is actually I was with Dave and Andrew at a comic book store in Oakland, right? We weren't in Berkeley. We were in Oakland.
we were in
Berkeley. And it was my first time ever holding an Amazing Spider-Man #1, raw Amazing Spider-Man #1, and that was the look on my
face he
face,
made.
and Andrew captured it. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's perfect.
I love how I'm wearing a Rush T-shirt. That's amazing.
That thing is
You look
so
like Alan Moore.
dope.
I think it may be a picture of Alan Moore and somebody else, and it's from some fanzine that was photoshopped. And I mean, I'm okay with
If
that.
Andrew used it, he knows where it's from.
Hello, I'm Alan Moore.
I love this so much. You have no idea. It's just hilarious to me.
All right, I will stop
I
sharing.
wonder
that. We can
who
get
that
back.
is. That Jim Shooter, perhaps? That's
It
the
might-
number?
I'm gonna ask Andrew if he. I don't know if Andrew's in here, but I'm gonna.
I don't.
ask
He
him.
might not be with us still, but he was definitely with us for hours prior.
Yeah,
The 60s. Here we go.
that looks great.
Yeah, the alliteration is. It definitely speaks to my heart, Derek. I love alliteration.
All right, now we're in the Kirby Ditko Lee era.
Yeah. From Smiling Stan. How about this alliteration? The Merry Marvel Bullpen.
There you go.
No Merry Christmas, just season green.
Yep. I guess this is, I'm not going to go through that. Some kind of Fantastic Four synopsis.
Oh, that's cool.
Interesting.
Yeah, I didn't take that out either. I went for the other one. Mole Man.
Not the best first villain, but, made for a
Well,
good cover.
Yeah, and it was left over from Kirby's monster days because all he did was draw monsters for like 10 years. It was amazing.
Right.
Incredibles totally swiped that Mole Man.
Oh yeah. Was that Joe Sinnott?
Yep.
That guy had the slickest lines, man. What an inker.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Kirby.
The king. Yeah, like you look at everything that he did, from early Tales of Suspense all the way to Hulk. He just liked drawing monsters. He created Fing Fang Foom and Groot and all these different amazing gargantuan
There's that always that the debate. Who was the creative force? Was it Kirby? Was it Stan Lee?
Right.
I actually think I have to say I actually fall on Stan Lee's side in the terms of who had the idea. The idea guy is the creator. I feel like And like I remember him saying, like with the Hulk, he said to Kirby, "I want a sympathetic monster. I want a sympathetic Frankenstein." That's the idea, and I think that he deserves more of the creative credits for that. Even though Kirby was paramount in creating these things, I feel like the idea guy's the guy.
Kirby was his AI.
Kirby
he just prompted him to create it.
I think they both deserve the equal credit. I think Stan Lee's the greatest marketing genius of all time, but I think Kirby was the visionary. Was a complete visionary.
Yeah, I'd have to see like what they contributed, but when it comes to ideas, so just what I've heard,
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough because the idea is where creation begins, right?
Yeah. But it is a visual media. That's true too, So
it is a visual media,
without the visuals and strong visuals, what do you got?
You take Thor, I believe I recently heard where Thor's favorite superhero was Kirby's favorite superhero was Thor, and I don't think Thor is going to be nearly as popular or as cool as he became if it wasn't for the fact that Kirby drew him.
Especially
the idea would probably died on the vine.
Yeah, well, especially since the character's been around since the dawn of written stories as a Greek mythology, and he made him a popular figure. But
he made him his own mythology.
Yeah. But the thing is, the problem is that you'll never get the real stories out of Stan because Stan is the Vince McMahon of comics. He is the showman. So his truth will be, you listen to Stan talk throughout the years. And I love Stan to death, but it's always the same thing. He's always talking in this pre-written, scripted thing,
Yeah, and he's got to think about things legally too.
Exactly.
It's like if he comes out and says, "Yeah, Jack created that," like boom, that's gonna suddenly be a bunch of lawsuits.
It would topple Marvel. Yeah.
Well, so again, I hate to keep mentioning the documentary on Disney, but they take that on pretty head on, including a radio interview where Jack has already left Marvel, and somehow the interviewer is able to get Stan and Jack on at the same time, and Kirby, I'll say Kirby, and Kirby is being like really kind and cordial, and basically doing it was both of us, and then Stan like gets offended and kind of goes off on him, and then Kirby then has to defend himself.
He was actually blindsided by that interview. Like Stan called in. Jack didn't know that Stan was going to call into that interview.
Where can you see this, you guys?
On Disney Plus.
And you can go on YouTube, and I think they actually have the whole radio interview.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube.
Wait,
it's hard to stop watching it when you start watching it. It's so good.
Yeah. But the thing is with Jack, I mean, the man nobody was as prolific as him. He was doing, all the major books at one time.
Yeah. I can't believe how much he was chucking out. Just like, I remember a story where somebody was pulling pages away from saying, "You can't erase. Anytime you erase, it costs money." You just got to draw.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this before.
That's cool.
Jack Kirby Surfer.
That's one thing I think is Buscema brought Surfer to life. I don't think Jack Surfer was that great. It was Buscema that made the Surfer cool to me.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah, that one exactly. So it's great.
Like
yeah.
But Kirby's Galactus is still supreme.
All that line work.
Yeah. And the machinery. He's building and Buscema,
if he didn't know better, he would think drugs,
Yeah, but he never did it.
Like Doctor Strange and there was what was the Flo? Remember they were interviewing once that woman Flo who used to work in the Marvel bullpen, and she saying like we were getting letters from people saying, the people who created Doctor Strange, are they on drugs? And she was like, drugs? We don't even know what you're talking about.
By the way, they really talk about Flo in the documentary. Yeah. It's really cool to get to know her a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of these guys were so straight laced. I mean, they might have had, they might have been drinkers, but they were super straight laced.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you
yeah.
had to be. You were working really hard. These are hard jobs.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys dropped dead at the drawing table. Just it was they didn't have the health kick we knew now, like exercise and all that stuff. They just
Sure.
Right.
you back then you just worked at your job. You did it all day, and that was it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they didn't know
Which-
that being
which was the
hunched over a
Spidey
table
one, but
Exactly.
was gonna be the death of them. The MMM, the marvelous Marvel, Mighty Marvel Mutant Society. No, Mighty Marvel.
the Mary Marvel Marching Society.
Ah.
Oh, I would never have known that. There it is. That is a weird
Wow.
name for a fan club.
That's Stan Lee, though. That he always did that. Those rhyming type words, whatever.
Yeah, he was great at alliteration. I mean, unbelievable. Obviously the double initial names: Peter Parker, Bruce Banner, Silver Surfer.
shoot.
All those things. They're all Reed Richards.
Yeah. I mean, speaking
True
of
story.
speaking of marketing, I mean, really, that's one thing I realized even today. It's like you could have the best comic in the world, if you're not able to market it,
Oh yeah,
forget about it. So that's another thing that people discount is the power of Stan Lee's marketing. Even if Jack Kirby or Ditko had done these comics, would anybody have ever seen them?
well,
If it wasn't for Stan's incredible marketing abilities.
he was a spokesperson beyond spokesperson. I mean, that's why I say Vince McMahon, because I know, he's not the best human in the world, but the man could promote, and he knew how to promote just like Stan Lee, and that is everything. But on that same breath, you could promote it all you want. If it don't look cool, nobody wants it.
Yeah.
I could promote this. I could pick up some dog poop outside and say it's the greatest thing, but it's still dog poop.
I don't know. On the
Yeah,
internet,
you-
might
maybe you could
find
sell
yourself
one-
an audience, man.
Maybe you could sell one set of dog poop, but the next the fans would get it and go, this is just dog poop. I'm not gonna-
Well,
Yeah.
Somebody find me
the
these.
second the second issue would drop off real.
right.
Man, you know how much those shirts would cost?
Could you
my
imagine
God.
owning the full collection?
The problem
that
is there's no
Thor,
way the fabric
Spider-Man,
would still
Hulk,
be
Thor,
existing.
Daredevil, Avengers, Doctor Strange.
That
whatever
Thor one.
this is.
That Thor one is the Journey into Mystery number. Frick, I can't remember.
Yeah.
But it's a great cover.
And the X-Men.
No Red Sonja?
She wasn't. She didn't exist yet.
I remember there was a the ad in the comic book. It had Red Sonja and it said, "Adult sizes only, kids. Red Sonja is just too hot to handle."
That's cool.
Those are their posters. Real cool looking posters, guys.
I thought
Love
those were
that.
the mini books. Those were the posters.
Oh, those are the mini books. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, mini books.
Naj has a set of the Spider-Man ones.
I should
Hi,
go buy
Naj.
them. They're so expensive.
Look at that. It's like a preliminary of it.
Mm-hmm. Happy birthday, William. That's so weird.
William.
Yeah.
William.
The art of the Silver Surfer with Buscema stuff was great and everything, but he was a whiner, man. He was just complaining constantly. I was just like, this book is a downer. I love the art, but
He lamented a lot on every issue.
dude, you're like flying through space. Show a little joy in life.
No. Maybe he wanted a car.
I don't know.
He wanted a car, but they stuck him with a surfboard, and he didn't like surfing.
Ooh, Tomb of Dracula.
Dracula. Yeah. Good stuff.
Dan and Dave. Fast friends. Dan and Dave.
Dan, we'll have to talk about comics one day. We'll have to have a long
No, the end of
conversation.
the Silver Age.
And the death of Gwen Stacy.
Yeah,
That really
that makes
wrecked
me
a
sad.
lot of people that were reading that at that time.
That's
Yeah.
sad, man. That's like very
Yeah.
sad.
It's sad. It's like she didn't just die.
Yeah, she didn't just die. You're right.
In a sense, he killed her because he didn't save her properly.
Yeah.
I mean, web utility 101.
But it's the fact that people that grew up reading that, yeah, it wrecked them. We all grew up knowing that Gwen Stacy was already dead, and then she was a clone, and then she was dead, and then she was, all that stuff. But I can't
No,
imagine
I actually
reading this
didn't know
at the
any of
time.
that. When I found out that there was an old book that she was dead in, I was sad.
All
Look,
right.
Was it something that she was just in the
But-
way of Mary Jane and Peter? Is that what they just needed to get rid of the extra love interest, or what?
I don't know the why, but I'm just like, he's bragging, spider powers, I love you. Not only am I the most dashing hero on two legs,
She's dead.
Maybe he should have done less talking, more.
hey kid, what's wrong? Don't you understand?
If he had put a little more effort into the cushion of that web.
Why is Gwen still? Why are you sleeping, honey? Oh. It's like that moment.
I can
That's
hear.
how they wrote that? Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Can you
Christopher David Barnes.
when you're
that
done
voice
looking
of
at this,
Spider-Man,
can you
kill
go?
the woman I love.
Can you go back?
With that, you're going to die.
Can you go back 2 pages? The page where Tomb of Dracula was on.
Yeah.
I love the Tomb of Dracula #1. Is that what that
It's
was?
a couple more pages. I think it's the next page there. Okay, so there's the
Damn.
cover of ASM 101 on the left-hand side. Just look at look at what he is doing to a 6-armed Spider-Man. Backhand, Gil Kane knocked this cover out of the park, and he knocked the whole issue out of the park. I mean, I don't know why Morbius doesn't get the respect he deserves. Backhand slapping a 6-armed Spider-Man down the stairs like it's nothing.
Well, I mean, first you got to appreciate how strong Spider-Man actually is.
Yeah, and then
I mean,
6 arms.
He is very, very strong. But yeah, to your point, he's more Spider than Man there, so he's in theory stronger.
Yeah, and that's Morbius's first appearance. If you're going to introduce a new character, you have to make an impact, and you do.
Yeah, he did.
An M smack.
He's no Wolfman.
That didn't work.
Okay, so on the next page, I'll read it if you want, unless you want to read it, Justin.
Yes. What are you talking about?
Marvel had been looking for a way to shake up Spider-Man's status quo, and John Romita suggested killing off his love interest, Gwen Stacy. Readers were shocked when Spider-Man failed to save his beloved from death at Green Goblin's hands. How could this happen? Characters didn't really die in comic books, and yet Gwen did and stayed dead.
So then she came back as a clone?
Yeah, but, it doesn't. I mean, it counts, but it doesn't count.
What did she do when she came back as a clone?
You think I read that? No, I don't know.
I gotcha.
I always kind of liked the Vision when I was a kid, and I thought, why don't they do more with him?
It's got a great first appearance, the Avengers 57, that stark red and the black on the cover. He is a great looking character.
Who are you referring to?
Vision.
Oh, Vision, yeah. This is cool. This is what you were referring to? Mighty
Yeah.
Marvel Comics Convention?
I just sold a poster from that.
Oh, that's why he wears glasses. Or sunglasses. He just doesn't look as cool.
No, he doesn't. See, now I'm looking on eBay at those mini books. No, I'm not going to buy them. That's too much.
A couple $100, right?
Yeah.
I could put you in touch with someone that Naj bought theirs from, and they're the whole set with the setup, like a custom setup. I think he's got another setup.
It's funny to think of the rise and fall of Howard the Duck. It was so huge, and then it just nosedived with the movie.
Well, yeah. But then he kind of became a culty.
Cult
character.
I do like that they brought him back briefly in that one of the Marvel movies.
Yeah, and Guardians.
They didn't do anything with him though, did they?
No, not really.
Oh, they should. It's a fun character.
By the way,
agreed.
Andrew answered me about the photo. Manu, you're Stan Lee in the photo, and I'm David Kraft or Dave Kraft. So it's Dave Kraft and Stan Lee.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna
Right.
frame
These are,
that thing.
value
I'm
stamps.
gonna frame it, dude. Andrew, you're the man.
Man,
These.
Man.
Spidey.
look at that. That's
That's
the
cool.
John Romita. I think that's the ASM 70 cover where he's on the wall in the spotlight.
Very awesome.
And it has an old paper feel too. I got to show you Mephisto.
Oh, I love that
The
fizz though.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah. And then
Which the one on the right was upside down on mine. What is that? The thing right center? No.
Mole Man.
So
Ghost Rider.
what's your guys' favorite Spider-Man? I actually think my Spider-Man issues that I like was the Juggernaut ones with Romita Jr. drawing. Those 2 issues stuck in my head as strong, powerful narratives, and I don't know. There's something about them. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I know exactly. The
I'm
one
going
cover,
to look it up.
the one cover that's a black and white Juggernaut's like up close in his face.
Yes.
Yeah.
Black
Both
and
the
white
issues
cover?
there because it was a 2-part story,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought this was really powerful storytelling.
Yeah, it's a black and white. It's almost supposed to like be like almost a photorealistic Juggernaut, and then Spidey's on the cover. I think he's in color.
Yeah, and the previous one was just Madam Web was standing there, that sort of thing.
I grew up on Todd's Amazing, so the what number is the Lizard? 3. Oh no, the Mysterio cover 311.
Yeah, you mentioned the Mysterio cover in your video.
Well, I'm curious. You guys go back and read that. I don't know if again it's one of these things where I read it at a certain age. I was fairly young. Is that the reason I like it? I'm looking for objective sources to see was this as good as I remembered being.
Yeah. I reread the Todd Amazing Spider-Man run usually once every couple of years, and it's suffers from a lot of copperage stuff. There's too much words, but his storytelling and his art is on another chain. It's on another level. It was nothing that anybody had ever seen. And I really like you mentioned, the Zek, the Craven's Last Hunt is also pretty amazing.
Yeah. What do you guys think of Byrne's X-Men run?
So last night, I had my Sunday night show, and we do a book club once a month, and we did Days of Future Past. And yeah, I want to read now. I really need to read the whole Byrne run because I've only read pieces of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember I didn't even own it. A buddy had it across the street, and I was like, I was like, oh my gosh, this is, because you had at that point, I'd only seen like traditional superheroes, tough guy and all that sort of thing. And then they had this weird mix of characters that were just never seen anything like it. It was really different, it was really cool.
Hey, real quick, the Mobius run. So Mobius is a famous French artist, if I remember correctly. And anyways, he was, hired to do kind of a Marvel run, and it's different. It's very stylized, but it's
beautiful.
Kind of a really big deal for him to do Marvel art because he's
really popular. They probably paid him a lot of money to do it.
Yeah. I'm sure.
When that first came out, I thought that Mobius previously I'd always seen printed on kind of a slick stock, and his color is so much a part of his art. When I saw his work printed on newsprint, it didn't have the same impact to me. It almost like it needs that brilliant color to kind of pop it out because his work's so linear,
But what he chose to do was Surfer and Galactus.
Which were great. That's some of the greatest Galactus. I mean,
and apparently the conversations that him and Stanley he had with Stanley were kind of epic.
Really?
Yeah. But I think it's also because, Dan, like you were saying, the French have so much more respect for the comic books than we do, that everything gets printed on this beautiful stuff from the beginning of the, and he comes here and it's like, we use newsprint still.
Incredible photo.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Tom, of course, that this means
Mark Grunwald? Is that Mark Grunwald?
Tom.
It's probably DeFalco.
Let's see. Tom DeFalco and Mark Grunwald.
Grunwald, that's what I thought.
There we go.
What is this?
Oh, that's the No Prize book. It's like one of their comedy books. I believe it's a Marie Severin cover. I could be wrong,
though. It's upside down, though.
He couldn't deliver a prize, really. With all the money Marvel's bringing in, you can't send someone a prize.
Right.
A couple comic books, maybe. Wow,
Oh,
that's
it's
really
Michael
that's-
Golden. It's Michael Golden cover. That's right.
Got a Marvel Visitor here. This is cool.
I like that.
Ooh. So if you came in the offices, you got one of those?
Yeah. You know what
Awesome.
you know what supposedly, I don't know if Marvel used to do this.
Oh, it's laminated, guys.
I think Marvel used to do it, or it was DC. One of the two big ones. They would have tours. I remember trying to get my parents to take me into New York City to go on a tour. But apparently in the 70s, maybe even the late 60s and the early 80s, when they would have kids on a tour, they'd open up one of the closets and it would just be stacked with original art. And they would tell the kids, everybody's allowed to take one page. They were just giving art away because they were used to just burning it. A lot of times it would just burn it.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Could you I forget who told that story. I think it was I saw it. There's one very few interviews with Bernie Wrightson on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure it was Bernie that said it. If it wasn't Bernie, it was Klaus Janson. But
It's just like it breaks your heart. Like,
I know.
What a classic piece of McFarlane.
Yeah. The foot.
Yeah.
It's the foot. I love the foot. It's like such a weird angle, but I love it.
Yeah. His anatomy was so wonky, but he made it work. It was bizarre.
Yeah.
It was dynamic.
We got Jim Lee,
There he is.
obviously. Wolverine,
Sick.
Liefeld.
Yeah. So that combined those three comics, Spider-Man 1, X-Men 1, and X-Force 1 sold.
Whoa,
I think it's like
look
13
at
million
these.
copies.
Mr. Marvel.
Asa, are you here? Bet you
As
don't
it
have
is
these.
with us.
It's interesting. If you look at the Wolverine one, it looks like they recolored the Wolverine one.
Does that not say reproduction on it?
It does. I
It
looked at
does.
mine.
Yeah.
Now, what's
says
that? What's that actual
Yeah.
wall mural or something? There's a Frank Miller before he kind of became a, his current style. Yeah.
Doesn't that look recolored?
Yeah, that's recolored.
Yeah.
And it says reproduction down here at the bottom. And they're not properly sized. They're smaller than trading card size.
Yeah.
I don't think they recolored it very well either, actually.
Oh, they didn't. There he is, the Ghost Rider rookie card.
Yep.
Even though he was created in 1975.
Yeah, it doesn't make no sense.
No, it doesn't. It's because they were doing the new series in 90.
It looks like the fire's coming out of his butt there.
he had too many beans before he got on the
he
bike.
had some hot tamales.
Just a little Taco Bell, that's all.
Hey, look. Marvel stock.
Now, I wish you owned that. That's what you wanted back then, hey?
Okay, so true story.
You pulling the prospectus out, Justin? Let's see it.
Oh,
I
what has
love
he got?
that thing, man. The stock prospectus that he influenced me to go buy, and I bought it. And I love it. It's amazing.
I almost bought back when Marvel went into bankruptcy, but I was just like, you don't know, you don't. Maybe it's gonna just dissolve. I had no idea what the stock would take off like it did,
In 7th grade or maybe 8th grade, I took a economic finance class, and they taught us about the stock market, and they encourage us to invest. They gave us fake money and invest. And I got into the stock market. My dad was really into it, and I was like, you got to buy Time Warner, and you have to buy Marvel, and you have to buy. I kept bugging him about it, and he never did. And years later, he would apologize to me.
Yeah.
One of the very few times that my dad apologized to me was because
it's a
we could have made
company.
So much money.
Son, you were wrong about your mom.
The thing is, though, in bankruptcy, it could have dissolved, and they could have split they could have split everything up and sold everything, and your stock would be worthless. So who knows? Who knows what would happen? You can't guarantee that.
But that's the thing. I knew.
yeah. You knew the power of these characters, and
that's right.
Because the funny thing is, there's probably a bunch of investors on Wall Street going, Marvel Comics, we got to buy that.
Well, because think about it. If you own Marvel stock when Disney bought it, I guess that gets absorbed and you own Disney stock. Is that how it worked?
I would guess so. Yeah.
Wouldn't be a bad stock.
If you owned Marvel stock when Disney bought it, you owned Disney stock as a result. That seems a little too clean to make sense because, I wonder how that worked. Anyway, good point. Yeah, I don't know.
or was Marvel a publicly traded company at the time that Disney bought it? Is the real question.
Oh yeah, it was well before
Marvel
that.
was.
Yeah.
It was. There was a neighbor of mine that bought me a bunch of Marvel stock, and I remember you used to get things in the mail. It's not like today where everything's digital. You used to get an ownership certificate, much like what you showed. I don't know where that certificate is. I don't know if my neighbor, wherever she lives now, probably still owns that stock in some capacity. It was nice to gift it to your neighbor, but like we never actually transacted anything. I don't know where that stock lives now. But it was public.
Yeah, Marvel was public back, like I said, back when they were in bankruptcy.
It was back then, but then there was like I have to go find the New York Times article, which really goes into detail about what happened, and basically 2 billionaires fighting over the company eventually in 96, 97. Yeah, but I can't remember because it's like way too late for me to be trying to think about this. But anyway, well, one day I actually want to sit down and go through the article on the show because it's really, really interesting. But I'm not sure how the company was dissolved at that point.
Right.
Yeah, it is kind of getting late, guys.
Oh yeah, Dan.
I need to stretch my legs and get up. I mean, I'm okay. I just like sitting too long, you know.
Yeah, it's.
I'm too old, man. I'm an old man.
It goes so fast.
Wow, you guys have been on for 4 hours. Wow, it is 10
really?
o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah. Where are you, Dan? Where are you in the country?
Michigan.
Oh, that's right. You said Detroit. You said Michigan. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was a restaurant. Oh yeah, that was the failed restaurant that never happened.
Yep.
That's right. Marvel Mania. I remember that now.
What do you mean it never happened? I used to eat there all the time. I really enjoyed it. It was at Universal Studios.
Let me just say, it never happened for me.
Oh, look at that, Mike. All
It seems like a good idea for a restaurant chain, though. With
Oh yeah.
Well, remember, like one time, it was like everything that could be a restaurant chain was towards the end of the 90s. I mean, it was like you pick a theme, there's a restaurant. Oh, look at that, the Steve McNiven Civil War cover. I just met him. Such a nice guy.
Punisher. That's the movie.
Dave, I found the Venom cover I was thinking about. It's not old. It's from 2020. It's but it's awesome. We'll discuss it later.
Okay, I figured it was a newer one.
It is great that Stan finally got to see his movies made. Because I remember back, in the 70s and stuff, when he was trying like crazy to, and then you had some terrible failures like the Captain America thing.
Yeah, and the Fantastic Four.
And the Fantastic Four. And you just went, oh man. And, he was probably kicking himself. And then finally, I mean, that he was alive to see that, the incredible run with Captain America, Iron Man. I mean, the stuff that he dreamt of happened. It's so cool,
Yeah.
Yeah, and he got to see his, 3 iterations of Spider-Man after, trying with years to get James Cameron and the Spider-Man movie off the ground and the X-Men movie and
he died early enough. I didn't see Marvels.
Hey,
you guys see that? You guys see that poster that's coming out with Marvels? Yeah. Oh my gosh, faceplant! I mean, it's so bad.
I didn't see it. I'd like to see I want to see you.
It's just raw.
What's it for? I'm gonna Google it.
Marvels. It's the one with the Marvel girl, and it just isn't. No boy is gonna ever want to see this movie. I don't know what they're thinking, but
I haven't seen it. What, are you talking about a poster?
Yeah, the new movie poster from Marvel's just kind of dropped a couple days ago or whatever.
I don't know.
And it's just
that probably explains it.
Ain't good. It ain't good.
This is Marvel Masterpieces. This is not the original art that we're used to in Masterpieces. This is Series 2, which has a lot of reused art.
Is that Jesco?
This one?
Yeah.
Does it say Chris Bellaccio?
Chris Bachalo.
Oh, I love Chris Bachalo. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite. He's one of my favorite, modern artists now.
It's funny. I know he's considered a modern artist, but then when you look at it, he did the Death miniseries like 25 years ago. It's crazy because he did start to, but he started to catch on after that.
Yeah.
Like years after that.
Yeah.
So he is a fantastic artist.
A promo card in the set. At least it's Spider-Man.
Yeah, there you go. Spidey promo hit.
Yes. That's right. Well, Dan,
Oh, there you go.
just huge thank you again, man.
Yeah,
Love
thank
this
you
card.
so much.
Even a little bit more today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said I love this card even a little bit more today.
Cool. Very delighted. That's for sure.
Yeah, this was fun.
It's
Thanks
funny
for
to think about how old that is. Oh my gosh! Like
94. Almost 30 years ago. Wow.
Oh my gosh!
Right.
I'm ancient.
Just getting started.
So, but I'm still cooking. I got my hat.
Yeah.
I got the spirit. I got my I got the Stan Lee hat. You know that what Stan Lee would wear.
You got your cool lighting.
Yeah, my comic book light. I was telling these guys earlier, like I actually worked on this. So I got the orange, got the blue, got the red. You know, it's painting with light. You know, so
I wore a little
It's
bit of red
awesome.
and blue.
I'm wearing my 4th of July shirt. My Jaws shirt.
If
Yeah.
that other symbiote Spider-Man would have happened in a different galaxy, I would be wearing some red. But
You are in spirit. Well, guys, we're going to wrap up the show here. It's been a nice 4 hours with you, Dan.
yeah, it's fun, man.
Yeah, Dan, it was
Man,
nice
you
to
get,
meet
get
you.
me on a roll. I mean, talking comics, especially the older stuff. You know, I was like, oh my gosh, I couldn't resist that.
Yeah.
So,
But Dave, thank you for joining us here at the end. Giving
Yeah,
us some
good to
of
meet you,
your
Dave.
Yeah,
comic
nice to meet
knowledge,
you, Dan,
as always.
and my brothers.
And Manu, man, it's good to be back on the stream with you. We had to do a little bit early because everyone's going to be celebrating with their families tomorrow. So glad we were able to get it in this Monday.
yeah, definitely worked out beautifully.
Yeah. And to the chat, always, thank you. Really appreciate each one of you. Thank you for your comments. Please go follow Dan on Instagram. If you're interested in some of his work, send him a message. And as you saw, it's amazing. If you're able to get a piece from him. Dan, when you finish that Spider-Man Venom, hit me up. Let me know. But everybody keep an eye on the channel. If you like this video, do me a favor, hit that like button. If you want to see more content like this one, hit the subscribe button. You just heard earlier in the stream that Manu and Dave put out their first. It came from the Newsstand podcast. Make sure you go check it out if you get a chance.
It's on
As
Spotify.
always, absolutely on Spotify. But as always, I hope you have a marvelous day.
USA, USA, USA.